Go to the website and log in through the agenda, and I didn't have that.
Cody, Mariani just sent the corrected link.
Okay, great. Thank you. Someone up here was asking about that. Thank you.
What's that? I am, as long as I can't see, so as long as we have other commissioners, yeah.
Okay. Establish a quorum. Jeff? Huh?
Carnavale. Here. Commissioner Chambers.
Present.
Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Cortese. Commissioner Danovich. Commissioner Gordon.
Here.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Rolette.
Present.
Commissioner Tamplin.
Present.
Vice Chair Alvarez.
Here.
Chair Madrigal Weiss.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Jeff. At this time, I would like to thank the San Diego County Office of Education and the Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Paul Goffel, for making this facility available for the commission meeting and for being here today. I also want to thank Dr. Luke Bergman, the
I'm
Director
sorry. I'm very sorry.
of Behavioral Health. for
So I
joining-
want to finish this probate case that I'm doing with my mother and her estate, and I'm in the process of buying my brother out. And it's pretty grueling. I'm a nervous wreck behind this bit. It's
We
just
do
been
all-
Yes.
one thing after another.
We're working on that.
This is what happens when you travel, see? All right, we have set a few minutes aside for each to welcome us this morning and talk about the priorities and work here in San Diego. Later, we will be hearing a staff presentation on the Mental Health Student Services Act grant program here in San Diego, and we appreciate the opportunity to work with your respective offices. So at this time, Dr. Goffel, the floor is yours.
So go here.
Please. Consider stand. This is my boss, do whatever he wants.
Let me just first and foremost say what an honor and privilege is to have you here. So of course, we're going to welcome you, open our doors. I'm a little biased, but great selection on your chair. And Madrigal, I've admired this so much for our office and the students, not just in San Diego County, but leading statewide efforts as well. San Diego County, we're really transforming the way we do business, the way that we are just envisioning our schools, and that starts with the whole child. That starts with community design, and it starts with belongingness. And for us, as we continue to work with our districts, work in a leadership capacity, we're really embracing this concept of human-centered leadership, compassionate systems of care. I don't want to go through the data, you already know it. We were arguably in a mental health crisis prior to COVID, prior to the pandemic. And so the commitment we have is directly in line with what you all do. And I just want to say thank you. You are in a position of leadership at the state. One of the things that we're taking care of is that every child gets what they need and deserve when they need it. And releasing the stigma attached to mental health, making sure that our children have every resource in front of them. I can't tell you how powerful that is when we see the work that you all do translate into practice in our school, from mental health centers, wellness centers, supports for kids. I'm especially thankful that Dr. Luke Bergman is here, who runs county mental health. And so for all of our 42 districts, 160 charter schools, over 500,000 kids, our partnership with their office is paramount, it's critical. And one of the things that I continuously thank them for in their leadership is what we're putting into place very soon, a universal screening process. What we mean by that is, too often kids are referred to mental health because of adult perceptions. There's an act out, if you will. Sometimes those don't follow through with case carriers. A lot of our kids, let's face it, are suffering in silence. And if we don't have a medically acceptable tool to really capture what they need and deserve, are we meeting their needs every day? So I'm excited about this work with Dr. Birkin to really just take a look at all 500,000 of our kids. We started the process of infusing mental health standards into the workplace for the adults on our campus. And really trying to deconstruct the school day so that people feel loved, valued, dignified every single minute. And if there are certain services and support that are required beyond that, we're there to fulfill that. We're able to convene them. So on behalf of our office, our board, thank you for what you do. Welcome to San Diego. It's never raining this time. So deep apologies for that, but thank you, Marta, for
Sorry
your
about that.
permission for the leave it and
It will always be like that.
I just want to mention that Commissioner Budge and Commissioner Skanovich have joined the meeting as well.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thanks, Mara. Thanks, Toby. Good to see everybody. Great to have everybody here in San Diego. Those of you who are here, great to have others tuning in. And just to sort of pick up on a thread that Dr. Gotthold put down. But general orientation of the work that we do in San Diego County around behavioral health is to deliberately transform, really like invert the entirety of the behavioral health system of care from something that is driven by an orientation to crisis. And the language is really important, right? Like in healthcare, the only place where crisis is the common nomenclature is in behavioral health, right? We talk about critical care or physical health needs. We talk about crisis care for behavioral health. And what does that tell us, right? It tells us that we culturally need to change how it is that we think and talk about this in order to change how it is that we address it. And so we are very deliberate about that. We call out the fact that we problematically use the word crisis and that we need to shift how it is that we talk about this work and how it is that we realize it by changing orientation from crisis to continuous care. And by, in that process, working further and further and further upstream in sensible ways. So in our work with young people, we have this kind of three-legged stool where we work with families, parents of very young children, expectant parents. We work in healthcare, right? Shouldn't we be doing screening in every primary care setting for behavioral health and substance use needs potentially? And in school settings, those are the sort of three rungs of the ladder. For the work that we do with young people. And the work that Dr. Gotthold was mentioning in particular is an initiative that we call Screening to Care, universal screening, irrespective of payer. That has not been the approach of county behavioral health services departments, right? We are very anchored to Medi-Cal, and we devote $40 a year to a Medi-Cal anchored program with 400 schools across the county. But we need a different approach. Schools, are not oriented to payer mix, right? Thankfully. So we in healthcare need to adjust how it is that we work with schools so that we're not creating parameters that are absolutely wacko from the perspective of school systems. And the Screening to Care work that we'll be doing, which uses an instrument called the STAVRS, which does risk stratification at the individual level, but also is informative about social and emotional wellness generally in environments. It's going to enable us to do this at this very broad payer agnostic. So that's just an example of stuff that we are leaning into that I think is emblematic of the broader body of work that we do. I'll just mention one other thing that's a huge preoccupation for us down here that I'm sure will be resonant for everybody, and that's workforce. It's the thing that sort of prevails in every conversation about everything. I just want to bring people's attention to the fact that in San Diego County, we have done our own independent analytic work around workforce needs, and the numbers are startling. We right now, based on analyses using Bureau of Labor Statistics data primarily, count 17,000 people in this county on in our behavioral health workforce. our needs data suggests that by 2027, kind of around the corner temporarily, we need how many more, let's guess? Over 100% more. We need an additional 18 to 19,000 people in this workforce in order to do what we feel is important. 17,000 now, we need an additional 18 to 19,000. How are we going to make those? Not through one initiative, right? This has to be a very broad, very multi-fronted approach. I think also that needs to be rooted in some culture change and how we think about behavioral health work and how we value it. And to use a somewhat more technical term, how we evaluate it. To be a little pecuniary. So those are, I think screening to care really reflects like the orientation of this department generally, and happy to sort of talk more about it. But workforce is the thing that is necessarily antecedent to us doing anything. We can't do jack if we don't figure out our workforce crisis. So with that table set, I'm again really happy that you guys are here. Really grateful for the work that you do month in, month out, year in, year out for the people of the state of California. So thank you so much.
Yeah, Dr. Bergman, I haven't had a chance to talk with you about this. One of the things that emerged from our equity blueprint, listening to our communities the last 3 years, was more of a reflection of kids wanting to see themselves in our staff and our principals. And so about 3 years ago, we started designing a teacher pipeline for kids in our underserved areas. Long story short, student who wants to become a teacher, they need to go through the community college track and national university. These are right now our agreements, but they will walk out with a teaching credential and BA with 0 student debt, 100% paid for. We've extended that now to those cohorts, school psychologists, mental health, speech and language, these really hard to fill positions. And as we work with your office, this is one of those 10 prongs that we need to address, but we have our first cohorts in the pipeline right now, and it's to be encouraging thus far. So thank you.
Thank you both, gentlemen. At this time, I would like to make a few announcements. This month, the commission launched its Transformational Change Fellowship. You may recall that we received $5 million to launch a fellowship focused on outcomes with an emphasis on addressing disparities. The commission released a request for qualifications earlier this year and has awarded funding to partnership led by McGeorge School of Law at the University of the Pacific, with third sector capital partners, the California Institute for Behavioral Health Solutions and the Stanford University Center for Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing. We expect the fellowship to launch later this year. Staff also have completed a competitive grant program to support hospital-based crisis support programs, as was announced earlier this week. We have selected and intend to award grants in 3 categories. These funds will support the development of emergency psychiatric assessment, treatment, and healing or empath units. Category 1, serving adults. Community Regional Medical Center, Henry Mayo Newhall Hospital, Twin Cities Community Hospital, Loma Linda University Medical Center. Category 2, serving children and youth, Loma Linda University Children's Hospital. Category 3, supporting a rural community, Sutter Coast Hospital. We're happy to see the expansion of this model. As you may know, the governor announced a proposed ballot measure for 2024 to modernize the Mental Health Services Act. Currently, we have not seen the specifics of the governor's proposal. We are reaching out to the governor's team for a briefing on the proposal. I want to note the proposal intends to change the commission's operations, but we are not clear on what is being proposed. As soon as we know more, we will share more. Additionally, you may know that in the past, we have relied on a range of committees to ensure our work is informed by community members. As our portfolio has expanded, it has been difficult to staff the committees, particularly as committee members have urged the commission to take on new projects. The commission is undertaking a strategic planning process, and aligned with that effort, I want to ensure that we are supporting community engagement to the best of our ability. So that we continue to move forward, I have asked staff to organize a presentation on best practices in community engagement. And I am hoping that we can have that presentation next month. I also want to ensure that we can engage our existing committees to support the priorities the commission discussed at our January meeting. I would like to ask each committee chair to stay on as chair for another year and to work with staff to engage each committee to inform our work on full service partnerships, firearm violence, data transparency and accountability, and the development of the commission's next 4-year strategic plan. The exception is the Children's Committee. We don't have the staff capacity to support that effort currently. I'm happy to reconsider if a commissioner feels strongly about that committee, but given our current workload and the 4 priorities we discussed in Riverside, it's not clear that we can get that committee off the ground at this time. It's not to say ever, it's just at this time. So we will discuss further after we have that conversation around our strategic planning process. Now, I'd like to report out on our site visit yesterday. We had the pleasure of participating in a site visit in Imperial County. We were hosted by the Imperial County Office of Education and Imperial County Behavioral Health Department. We met with the leadership teams from ICOE, Imperial County Office of Ed, Dr. Todd Fennell, who is the county superintendent, also Letty de Garcia, who is the director of Imperial County Behavioral Health, Miriam Bell, the director of student well-being, and Denise Gabanilla, who is also another director of Imperial County Office of Education. What we got to see there was extremely impressive, very heartfelt. They let us visit at 2 of their high schools, Southwest High and Imperial County High. I was happy to be there with Commissioners Brown, Commissioner Carnevale, Vice Chair Alvarez, and we just got to see what an MHSSA grant looked like. They took funding from that grant to provide 5 mental health specialists to support 8 high school districts in 8 high school districts. And these specialists will take on referrals, meet with students, provide assessments, link services, and not just with the students, but also with their families. That was working out so well that they had every high school district provide funding that they got, give it to ICOE to hire 6 more. So now they have 11 mental health specialists serving in each one of their high school districts. They have streamlined referral processes, strengthened their collaboration, and increased access to PEI services just immediately. So not only did we get to hear from staff, but more importantly, I felt we got to hear from students. And what they talked about stigma, how it's really moving them forward. It isn't, I think it's still more the adults dealing with the stigma than it is the students, because they were just ready to talk about it, ready to share with us. We also talked about, future careers in this. If, they're wanting to talk about this and they want to see people that look like them and talk like them. And so talking about what their futures could look like. It was impressive, the spirit of, no wrong door, no wrong way, removing all barriers to making sure that we are meeting the needs of our students and communities was very inspiring. I can't say enough, but I'd like to welcome my fellow commissioners to share any comments or perspectives that they had on that site.
I would just reinforce the thought that we spend a lot of our time thinking and trying to act systemically to put programs in place to deliver real action, but then to spend the day talking to students, in one case, a parent, who talked literally about how these programs changed and improved their lives in dramatic ways, was a reminder of every action that we take has huge impact on people in our state, and just reinforces is very motivating and aspirational for our work.
Commissioner
I
Carter?
echo those comments as well, and would also add that Imperial County was very impressive in their collaborative approach to this issue. It's very obvious that the different stakeholders there work well together, and the level of enthusiasm that they had for their jobs was, palpable. It was great. And I also think that it really shows what we have been advocating with this commission in our Together We Can report, for example, that the power of collaborating in this age of limited staff, limited budgets, is really an important element in being successful in the community. And the last part of it with the testimonials from the young people that actually were using the services and lived experience. They were incredibly impressive, and the level of trust there obviously with the people that they interact with from the system approach. So real kudos to Imperial County. Did a great job.
And I'll just add, picking up where Sheriff Brown started around collaboration. It's just incredibly inspiring to really see the intentional effort made between the county Office of Ed and the Behavioral Health Department to work collaboratively and to learn each other's language. And that is culture shifting, to the opening comments of superintendent and the behavioral health director. It really is shifting culture and our approaches to what mental health is. And it was alive and well in Imperial County. It was incredibly impressive and inspiring. And then the personal stories just made the work we do all the more real. So thank you to the staff and to your leadership, Chair Weiss, for really setting that up for this wonderful work.
Thank you, thank you. I'd like to add, they also brought in their migrant ed program to speak, and the fact that the migrant ed program is working with the mental health programming within ICOE, I think is just, that's a culture shift as well. So really being intentional about supporting the migrant ed work as well. So thank you so much. And anytime we can, I know staff work really hard and diligently to set up site visits. And I know it's, it's a lot for us to get to those, but I would encourage that whenever we can, we could. The students were just, I think, in shock and awe that we were doing, and that to me, we need to get to a place where they're not in shock and awe, but really just glad you're here, and because we are in service of them. So shouldn't be a shock and awe. It should be glad you're here. Let's just have a conversation. So that left me feeling just we have more responsibility. There is a comment from Commissioner Gordon. Please, I see your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and again, sorry I wasn't able to join you yesterday for the visit or for the meeting in person today, but I just, apropos of the comments about Imperial, I just want to give a shout out to our executive director, to Toby Ewing, for several years ago. He took the time several times to come before the meeting of all of the county superintendents at their statewide meeting and emphasize the importance of collaboration between county offices of education and the behavioral health departments in each county. And many people took him up on that, and I think a lot of what we're seeing today is a result of his efforts to promote those partnerships. So thank you, Toby, and it's just wonderful to hear the work that's going on in Imperial. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. And you're right, Dr. Fiddle, the county superintendent, said, I remember, Toby, years ago you came to our meeting, and we went from that meeting and came back to our county and started having conversations. So you're absolutely right, Commissioner Gordon. Thank you for that. At this time, I would like to invite Toby to share your report out from the January commission meeting, please.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Apologize that I missed the last commission meeting. It was for good reason. I really wanted to highlight 4 issues that came up in January at the 2-day meeting we had in Riverside and give you a progress report in terms of some of the decisions that you made in January. First, the commission identified 4 areas of focus for the calendar year. The first being full service partnerships. They actually weren't in order, but full service partnerships focus on the gun violence prevention project that you've authorized, strengthening attention to our work on data and accountability consistent with the strategic plan. We shared with you that of all of the items that we identified in the existing strategic plan, that's the area where we've made the least progress. And then, of course, your decision to move forward with the new strategic planning process. In the presentation and handout packet, we provided a draft scorecard, which was part of the ask, and we're working to strengthen that, but it shows color coding of where we've made progress and where we feel we are not where we need to be in terms of progress. Also in the packet is a tentative meeting date. And so what we've done is taken these 4 areas of priority and tentatively planned commission meetings around those priorities. So January, February, March are on there. In April, we would focus on full service partnerships. In May, we would focus on firearm violence. We would we did not meet in June. We would have strategic planning focus in July. August, as of yet, is unassigned, but we would do strategic planning, data discussion in September again, data discussion, firearm violence in October. And then again, November is often a shorter meeting because of the holiday. But we wanted to share with you that we're working to implement the decisions that you made in January. You also had a request, Sheriff Brown in particular, to have a hot topics sort of discussion to really identify emerging issues or items that may not be on our traditional agenda, but gives us an opportunity. I think the hot topic at the moment would probably be the governor's proposal. And so we'll work with the chair to incorporate the hot topic into the agenda as soon as we can to see if we can get some specifics on the governor's proposal moving forward. We've already reached out to the administration to see if we can have someone come as early as next month. We're meeting in Sacramento. And then, of course, the strategic planning process, we provided a draft outline to Commissioner Carnevale. He's reviewing that. We're working with him and have plans to meet with him and the chair to structure a strategic planning process. So while in the calendar, we've set aside 2 meetings of the commission, and that does not mean that those would be the only topics on the agenda, but that would be the primary focus of those commission meetings. We also envision that there would be robust community engagement and other planning and discussion activities around strategic planning. We just wanted to give you a sense of the conversation that we had in January and how we're trying to move forward to operationalize that in terms of the day-to-day work we're doing and how we think about best use of your time, particularly around commission meetings, but also through some of the committee meetings or sidebar conversations that we have that involve individual commissioners meeting with community members or others around some of these topics. Happy to answer any questions you might have about the progress we're making in terms of those areas of focus. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Toby. All right, I would like to welcome everyone again to today's meeting, recognizing that we have a lot on the agenda. Our plan is to end around 3:30. Commissioners, if you leave the teleconference meeting for any reasons and for any reason and decide to rejoin, please make sure to raise the hand function so that the commission staff can hear your co-host again. If you have a comment to provide, please unmute your line and seek recognition when it's convenient. I also want to point out that we have a full agenda and that we are scheduled to take a short lunch break about noon. Because commissioners and staff are required to remain here for the meeting, we arrange for lunch to be brought in. I would encourage members of the public here in the room to make similar arrangements if you plan to stay for the entire meeting. It is now time for Agenda 3, general public comment. This time is reserved for comments on agenda items that are not on the agenda. If anyone is interested in making public comment regarding the announcements or other items, Please make those during general public comment time. If you have any technical questions, please contact us at 916-500-0577. At this time, I will ask Amariani to go over the public comment procedure.
All members of the public will have the opportunity to offer comment as described in the agenda. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, please wait until that item starts. You may request to make public comment by clicking the raise hand icon on your computer or the app, or calling in by phone, push star 9. You will be placed in a queue to comment on that agenda item. When it is your turn to comment, the moderator will unmute your line and announce your name or the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When you are unmuted, we are able to hear you. We will do our best to take comments in the order they are received. Please note, once the public comment period for the agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue, so please make requests to comment now. The moderator will insert the word last comment next to the commenter's name or number to identify the last public comment. Members of the public should be prepared to complete their comments within 3 minutes or less, depending on time constraints. When we have reached the end of your time, our staff will let you know, but we will let you finish your thoughts. We don't mean to cut you off, but we do want to help everyone keep time. We truly appreciate your understanding with this process. Lastly, if there are any members of the public using translation technology, please notify the chair, and at least twice the amount of time will be given to you during the public comment period. A live meeting transcription or closed captioning is available for anyone participating in the meeting. If that option is not currently visible, please activate the closed captioning feature located on the control bar at the top or bottom of your screen. And then we currently have 5 Zoom comments online. I believe there are none in the room. Oh, we have one in there. Okay, sorry, we have one in the room. We have two in the room.
Can't see behind you.
JP, you can go ahead and
So we'll begin with the comments in the room, and then we'll go into the Zoom comments. Stacy, could we have you come over? We can still. That'd be great. That way we can see you.
Morning, Commissioners. Stacy Hiramoto with REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. Governor's comments or his presentation on Sunday was very concerning to mental health community. I'm really begging, we are begging, I am speaking on behalf of many others. We are begging the commission to help us preserve the good things of the MHSA. We're very concerned. Again, nobody wants to see people on the street. Of course, we are concerned. But it appears that the plan, particularly around the MHSA, are really taking away some of the most important things of the MHSA that not just people from racial ethnic communities, but the consumer communities care about, which is prevention. And some of the community collaboration. I'm not quite sure yet how the community collaboration is going to be changed, but it really appears that that is, again, something that the people that I speak on behalf of value so much. And there are going to be changes for the OAC too. I see that you are going to be placed under a department or an agency. So we're, again, happy to help you keep your independence or whatever. Just, yeah, we believe in the OAC. This is why we come. You're the guardians of the MHSA. Please don't let them just decimate it. I also want to let you know, I know you have a busy schedule, but the long-awaited report, the state rate report on the Reducing Disparities Project is approved for release to the public. I think you would be very excited and very interested to hear Dr. Cheryl Grills and others present on this report at some point. If you can squeeze that in, I think that would be great. You would learn all about CDEPs or community defined evidence practices, what we're all dreaming about. Of course, the governor's proposal, I'm not sure if many of those will get funded, at least by the MHSA, but anyway, that report is out. And just a quick little admin thing, again, I know I've told some of you, the last agenda item, I don't know why there is so much time allotted. I really think most of you were here the last time, and that could be handled in 15, maybe 30 minutes, unless there's plans to add. I'll be very honest, I did not call upon the dozens and dozens of people because those people aren't quote professional advocates.
Thank you, Stacy. Your time is up. Please wrap up.
But I did not ask them because I don't think you need that much time. Thank you.
Casey.
Next, we have Richard Green.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Reginald.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for allowing me to be here. I'm Reginald Brandon, with Brady's World of Fine Arts. I'm an instructor, participant, and artist for vetart.org. They offer free art classes for veterans and their families in active duty. I go to the Massac pop-up cafes that y'all support. And I find them really beneficial. It gives me a chance to get out of the house. Gives me a chance to meet other veteran artists. And it's really good for my mental health. You know, I suffer from anxiety and depression and different traumas from the military. And I think, thank y'all for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ivan.
My name is Ivan Sam. I am also a part of the Veterans Art Project. I serve as the cultural ambassador for the program. And we've been utilizing SOC as a form of healing modality, utilizing art therapy and deep art engagement. A lot of the programs that I work with are workshops that help the veterans engage into the art as an alternative healing modality rather than going to treatment or utilizing pharmaceutical, medications and stuff. So as me being a Native American veteran, my grandfather has also served in the military as a Navajo code talker. So watching that dynamic of, the struggles of the silence that, my grandfather had to live with that trauma. And then for me to be in the military and experience my own trauma, through serving 2 tours in the Gulf War in the US Navy during the Gulf, the hardest times of what our country has been through. A lot of that trauma that is experienced through that process, we carry it on into our daily lives after the military. And then going into our family members as, our family members are the ones that first witness the struggle. They're the first ones that are firsthand that experience all this, secondary effects of what trauma can do, PTSD, depression, and all this like suicidal tendency that happens, So for me to do workshops through the program utilizing Massac, I'm able to do medicine bag making. This is what I do. It's a form of veterans to engage in a workshop where there's active listening going on. What is the process of this type of medicine that works? It's keeping something sacred to you in your heart and your mind and your spirit. So as we're engaging, the veteran is working with their hands, but they're also actively listening as they're building. So through that process, they're creating something sacred to themselves, knowing that it's a special form of something they could keep for themselves or for their loved ones. So that's my experience, you know, working with Masak, and we've been doing this for a couple of years now, utilizing the Veterans Pop-Up Art Cafe to do advocacy, to reach out to our veterans, you know, within all the communities that we hit. So we're looking forward to many more to help veterans in that aspect, and trying to bring that, you know, healing modality, utilizing art.
Thank you, Ivan. Your time is up.
Thank you, Ivan, for your service then and now.
Thank you.
And that was our last in-room comment. Next, we have on Zoom, we have Richard. Your line is open. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. I attended a meeting by Secretary regarding the proposed MHSA Modernization Act. And I was shocked to learn that the Oversight Commission will be moved under a state agency department. The other thing is the changes how the projects are going to be funded into 3 separate categories. Some of them with housing, some of them without housing. I'm concerned about the CPP, the community planning process, that needs to stay as it is. This was the intent of the MHSA, to include consumers and their families about the needs and gaps of the mental health communities in their communities throughout the state. It cannot be taken away. It cannot be changed. The commissioners, you are there for a purpose. You need to make sure and go back and read what was the intent of the MHSA, to follow the spirit of the MHSA. I am gravely concerned about the proposed changes. I know a lot of my colleagues throughout the state are raising their hands with questions. We need more details to get clear picture exactly what entails of the upcoming changes, both for the Oversight Commission and changes with the MHSA, how funding is allocated. People with disabilities, people with lived experience such as myself, need advocacy projects to push the county, to push the state of our continued gaps in programs and services in our counties throughout the state. We cannot have counties want to get away with the CPP because they don't want the CPP. They prefer the old way. I'm gonna do what's I needed in my county as a director of behavioral health. They don't want community feedback. That's part of the problem within our system. There's no buy-in from those behavioral health directors that don't want the CPP planning process. That needs to be part of the planning process. This was part of the intent of the MHSA. Keep it that way. If not, I will go to a state agency in front of the building and make noise and bring media attention to educate the community why we have the MHSA, why we have the CPP planning process. It's critical to have the community's feedback. Without our voices, there's not going to be positive changes within our communities throughout the state. Each county is different. Each county has its own needs and gaps in services and asset issues.
Thank you, Richard. Your time is up. Please wrap up.
So I hope the commissioner will take a stand with the governor about the proposed changes that will affect both the Oversight Commission and the MHSA. Please don't let it change. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Next, we have Gigi. Your line is open. You may go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Gigi Crowder, and I'm a former ethnic services manager, but I'm currently the executive director here at NAMI Contra Costa. It's been a while since I've spoken up at this forum, but I never truly went away. So I want to thank the commissioners for the work they do. But I also want to remind the commissioners that large groups of individuals from a variety of cultural and ethnic backgrounds first turn to their faith and spiritual leaders when they're in crisis, especially for mental health. And so I'm a bit concerned about the direction that's being taken around PEI and the bulk of the funding going to schools, because I think, and I have many examples of great opportunities that we've had through working with the trusted cultural brokers, which are the faith leaders. So I want you to give some consideration to the fact that a lot of times smaller nonprofits, some that don't even have a 501c3 are doing great work, and any funding that they get can greatly enhance our desire to reduce health disparities and promote a sense of belonging for residents, so that they're building the trust back up through a warm handoff or exchange with another trusted partner. So I'm always encouraging county entities, state entities to not ignore the strength that we get from natural trusted resources. So thank you. I think that we're moving in the right direction on many levels with reducing disparities with the CRDP reports and people actually embracing them and funding some of the innovative ideas. I get a little hesitant whenever I say evidence-based practices that don't always align up with what's important to communities of color, which is community-defined strategies and promising practices, but been kind of on the sidelines watching to see how things are rolling out, and jump back in here because of my fear that there may not be the understanding that school settings are not always a safe environment for some communities, as we try and make great progress with breaking down the school to prison pipeline, especially I'm gonna say for my community, African Americans. I'm always chanting Black Lives Matter too. I'll continue doing that. And I thank you for giving consideration to my comments. I'm done, thanks.
Thank you, Gigi.
Thank you. Next, we have Danny. Your line is open.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Danny Sesenia, pronouns he, they, and I am the director of the California LGBTQ Health and Human Services Network. The network has 15 projects across California that engages in mental health advocacy thanks to the MHS OAC. However, our projects are experiencing extreme cases of homophobia, biphobia, and transphobia. County health departments are telling our LGBTQ leaders and organizations that they will never work with our community. As these leaders continue to attend county board meetings, Department of Mental Health meetings, etc., our leaders are leaving these meetings with people calling them names, threatening their lives, and crashing LGBTQ events to attack our community. Several projects have canceled all March events due to safety concerns. We are working with our projects to pivot on how they engage in mental health advocacy. One project is striving to develop a bisexual therapy directory. Another project is trying to identify how they can support the mental health of students in school and work in collaboration with their school boards. Our organization has been supporting these LGBTQ leaders by providing social and emotional support. However, it's getting harder to not carry the weight of their worries and fears as these local leaders look to me for leadership. It breaks my heart when these leaders are telling me, we never thought that working on a mental health project would end up with us experiencing trauma and being afraid to leave the safety of my own home. To best support our LGBTQ leaders who are doing this work, we are bringing in professional mental health experts, security experts, and a lawyer to assist them in navigating the trauma they're experiencing and identify ways to ensure their staff remain safe and to learn about the legalities of experiencing hate incidences and hate crimes. As this commission moves forward with creating RFAs that engages in mental health advocacy, I wholeheartedly ask that the scope of work are not created as a one-size-fits-all type of style, that projects have the opportunity to adapt the scope of work that best fits the needs of their particular community, and that there is local community buy-in on what the RFA should look like, such as a community town hall. I have seen CDPH's Office of Health Equity host online town halls with local community members so they may ensure the RFA is created in a way that best supports the community. So I know this model works. Right now, the current model is not effective and is putting my community's life at risk. I beg this commission to assist me in protecting the LGBTQ community and our advocacy in trying to create and access affirming LGBTQ mental health services. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Danny, I'm going to ask you to reach out to staff on the general email on the website. And I expect that you'll get feedback right away. And if not, please make sure that you do. I will follow up with staff that you do get feedback or they will get back to you by today's Thursday, by early next week. Thank you, Danny. Please, who's next? Come on, Danny.
Next, we have Steve. Your line is open. You may go ahead.
Hi, my name is Steve Dilley. I'm the Executive Director of the Veterans Art Project. While being based here in San Diego, I would have been at the meeting today, but I've been suffering from a bad case of sciatica. As the Executive Director of the Veterans Art Project, I'd like to welcome the commission and thank you for allowing us to speak today. And I also like to invite anyone who's interested to come and visit VetArt and see what an art studio that is based and dedicated to veterans wellness, what that can look like. And I also like to think that the work that we're doing is upstream. We are building the foundation of wellness that becomes a bridge that keeps people out of the rapids. The foundational needs of building the continuum into the continuum of care. We like to think that art making allows people an opportunity to not need anyone to respond to their crisis. And also, I'd like to mention that VetArt is strategically located within the largest military community and veteran population in the state and in America. I'd like to share a few points. We've been working with the Prep Institute here in San Diego to create a concept paper. And I'd like to touch on a couple of pieces where in the process and ready to submit this. We know there's an unclear pathway of submitting this to county mental health leadership, and we're in the discovery process of just how to do that. In spring of 2020, the Veterans Art Project, VetArt, was awarded an Innovations Award from the Mental Health Services Oversight Accountability Commission, MASAC, a California state agency that creates opportunities for veterans to engage in art as a tool to facilitate reintegration into civilian life and create advocacy opportunities. VetArt promotes mental health improvement solutions through community-based art practices as a preventative and upstream intervention. The Innovation Award is rebranding veterans advocacy for over 400 veterans annually. In traditional terms, veteran advocacy involves veterans advocating for their rights to secure the health and prosperity and benefits of their military service. However, veteran advocacy combined with art making teaches veterans how to identify, process, and proactively and positively respond to trauma-induced behaviors to strengthen their advocacy skills. Also, art therapy in a community setting prevents veterans from feeling isolated, which can lead to depression and other poor health outcomes. Within this paper, we've developed early outcomes and transition stress. And to that point, VetArt is also a skill bridge location. We advocate for the practice of art in community. And one of our unexpected discoveries is the arc for deep arts engagement, and that the individual can practice art to overcome trauma, to reintegrate, and societal to practice art in group settings to avoid isolation in community.
Thank you, Steve. Your 3 minutes are up. Please wrap up.
Okay. Anyways, thank you for allowing me to speak. And we appreciate the opportunity to serve our veterans here in San Diego and across the state of California.
Thank you, Steve. Steve, there are 2 commissioners that live here locally in San Diego, and we would love to see some of the art here. So we will ask that you reach out to that general email as well on the website so we could get more details and check it out here locally. We would
Thank you.
definitely love to see that.
That's amazing. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. And
Chair Mandarul.
yes,
I have a particular interest in this project from a neuroscience viewpoint. We'd love to be more engaged with this also.
then we have 3 commissioners that would love to see that. So Steve, please, let's make sure we get some of those details. And we have as many commissioners who would love to see it. I'm not trying to be.
Yeah.
We will organize opportunities for us to see that. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Look at me trying to be, God. I'm not trying to leave anybody out. We're all invited, so thank you. All right.
Next, we have Aston, your line is open. You can go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Aston Williams, and I am the program coordinator for the California LGBTQ Health and Human Services Network. To echo Danny's sentiment, I'm here today to speak on behalf of the LGBTQ lead partners working to make a change. Currently, our partners are facing increasing unsafe conditions as they're experiencing homophobia, biphobia, and transphobia, not only from local militia groups, but also from their county mental health departments. We've had partners emotionally break down in our statewide meetings due to the acts of violence, discrimination, and harassment from their county mental health departments, which we know as leaders in this work can lead to heightened mental health concerns. With this instance of discrimination and hate occurring to our partners at a county level, we can only imagine what the trickle-down looks like for our community members across the state. While we're already dealing with the knowledge that LGBTQ individuals often face significant barriers when it comes to seeking mental health services, we often forget about the people leading this work, our partners. You all as commission members have the power to make a change to this outcome. I'm here to urge you all to address the unique needs of the LGBTQ community in the next RFA process. As stated before, a one-size-fits-all process approach does not address the mental health needs of our LGBTQ communities and our lead partners involved in this work. I believe that involving community input to create RFAs can assist our partners in accomplishing sustainable work and ensure that the work is being done intentionally to create change for our LGBTQ communities. We truly hope that you take the time to follow up with us to further discuss how to support us in this work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aston.
Next, we have Andrea, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. As a courtesy, I want to let Al Roulette and Sheriff Brown know that I have like a bird's eye view of your cell phones and your laptop. So I feel like I would want to know if I were sitting in your seats that we can just see directly over your shoulder. With that, I just want to say that I'm really grateful, Toby, that you're going to make a priority of ensuring that there's time on the agenda to talk about the new potential ballot measure to modernize the Mental Health Services Act. I know when I attended the meeting, like many others have already stated, I was very concerned. I heard a lot about wanting to go back to the original intent of the Mental Health Services Act, and as somebody who's been around for a long time and was gathering signatures to get the act on the ballot and working on the language of the general standards, I am just so incredibly concerned because it really sounded like they wanted to dismantle the community planning process. It sounded like, there was too many barriers to get other agendas forward because of that. It sounded like the commission, the Oversight and Accountability Commission, has not been privy to these conversations, which is also concerning. And again, when things are done in a silo, it goes completely against the original intent of the Mental Health Services Act. And I did hear a lot about wanting to integrate, services with other sectors. And I just want to say that, the general standards, if we go back to the basics, we go back to community collaboration, we go back to cultural competence, we go back to client driven, which I didn't hear once in the talk yesterday. Family driven, wellness, recovery, and resilience focus, and an integrated experience for clients and their families. So that is the core, that is the heart. And so I really hope and I appreciate having these conversations in an ongoing basis, and you really setting the standard and modeling what transparency, collaboration for this important work to move forward. So I appreciate the time, and I wish I was with you in San Diego, but it's raining, so I don't feel too bad. So, all right, thanks everyone.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you. Next we have John, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners and staff. My name is John Drebinger, Senior Advocate for CBHA, the California Council of Community Behavioral Health Agencies. As you know, CBHA represents behavioral health nonprofit providers across the state, serving over 1 million Californians with vital mental health and substance use services. Many of our members' programs are funded through the MHSA, and additionally, longtime CBHA leader Rusty Seelix was instrumental in the passage of the act alongside Mayor Steinberg. We share some of the concerns mentioned today, especially those pertaining to the future of programs currently funded by the Act through PEI and innovations funding. Our members provide services that are vital components of our behavioral health safety net, and it's our hope that the proposed modernization of the Act will not threaten the future of those community-based supports. We also wanted to note that we do appreciate the long overdue focus on substance use services in this modernization plan. It's our hope to work with the administration, the OAC, and the advocacy community present today to preserve the MHSA while finding solutions for some of California's most vulnerable residents. Thank you for your leadership on these important issues and for the time on the agenda today.
Thank you, John. Megan, please. Go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Megan O'Keefe, the Chief Executive Officer of the Amador County Arts Council, one of your partners in the Out for Mental Health grant program. I am here today to thank each of you and the entire team at Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission for your role in the Out for Mental Health grant program. This program has bolstered our long-term commitment to mental health and suicide prevention. Amador County is a rural county 45 miles east of Sacramento in the central Sierra Nevada foothills and mountains. Our population is just over 40,000. The most recent California public health data shows that Amador County has the second highest suicide rate and the highest self-harm rate in the state of California. Thank you for the professional development, advocacy training, strategic planning, communication skills, networking opportunities, and social and emotional support that are an essential component to this Out for Mental Health grant program. Our task force, which is comprised of rural, queer, multi-generational citizens, is benefiting from this program and making measurable impacts on the mental health landscape for our community. However, this work sometimes includes hate and isolation. It is far from easy to engage in mental health advocacy of any type in a rural space. But when you add LGBTQ+ into that initiative, safety becomes an immediate and ongoing issue. Please consider the safety and mental health of the regional leadership as you build these types of grant programs. LGBTQ+ leaders in Amador County and within other rural California spaces are experiencing a wide array of hate and social isolation, especially when we engage in advocating for the mental health of our own communities. We thank you for the Out for Mental Health grant and all of the many ways that you positively impact folks throughout our state. We hope that you will collaborate with rural leaders as you continue to develop and sustain the mental health grant programs that are so essential to our isolated communities. Please see the rural spaces as thought partners in developing even more efficient and effective grant programs that do not put our safety and livelihoods at risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have name CCULV admin. Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Concepcion James, and I'm the chair of United Latino Voices of Contra Costa County. I wanted to support what Gigi Crowder shared. I think that it's a both and, right? You definitely want to bring in more professional people into the school sites and into the community. However, there is such a benefit of having community-driven strategies. So for example, in Contra Costa County, we have nonprofits that have support groups for youth in the schools. So we want to have those kinds of programs continue to work with professionals, definitely, but it's not an either or, it's a both and. So we want to see that funding continues to support community-driven strategies and solutions, especially if you want to destigmatize obtaining, accessing mental health services. You really need those bridge building programs in the community. And in terms of, I know that there is such a serious need to address mental health in our state and across our nation, but we want to make sure that it comes from the community and not just it's state imposed. And so again, it's not an either or, it's a both and. So the state probably delivering, like, here are our goals, here are our priorities, here are some important strategies. We need to collect important data, yes, but still giving the bulk of the responsibility and how a county's programs are designed to the community itself. I think that's really important to maintain. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the last comment is D. Cole. Your line is open. You may go ahead.
Hi, my name is Denise Coleman. I'm a member of the Solano County Advisory Board member. I'm also a member of the Returning Citizens Association out of Oakland. We are a collective of system impacted individuals. System impacted means individuals impacted by the judicial system, but it does not mean that we are trying to stay out of jail, but we are trying to have a positive place to meet amongst each other. It's called Returning Citizens Association. And we also need to have funds, and we also need to be a part of the mental health systems, going into the schools, talking to the students, to actually not scare them straight, but actually teach them some things so they don't end up in the same situation that we have gotten in. Unfortunately, what has been going on has not been working. So if you're going to be giving money to the schools, we want to make sure that programs like this are able to come in and be a part of those programs, to be able to, what it does, we're able to actually send the guides out. They're able to make money while we train them, teach them how to speak, give them opportunity, and it gives everybody opportunity. So, because we have people that have been, who did like 24 years in jail, 17 years in jail, and they've been out 10 and 17 years. And these people give inspiration to other people. And they show them how they got out, how they stayed out, and what they did to get back on the right track, and the trainings they went through. And some of those trainings went through counties like Solano County, where we were trained as peer support specialists, but we also need a Recitizens peer support specialist team. So I hope that we can focus on the people that need to have jobs in those areas. Thanks. And thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
That was our last public comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. I probably didn't even get that out.
Thank you, Mariani. That's all right. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. We will now move on to agenda item 4, consider approval of the minutes from the February 23rd, 2023 commission meeting. At this time, I would like to invite commissioners to offer comments or ask questions. I see none in room, none online. I would then like to ask if there are members of the public to make a request for public comment on agenda item 4 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or the app, or if calling in by phone, click *9. Or if we have any public comments in the room regarding the minutes. Once the public comment period for this agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue. So please make your request to comment now. Also, please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Are there any public comments? Sonia?
There are no public comments in the room or online.
All right, yeah, then I would ask that the commission approve a motion for the commission. to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Rolette. A second. Thank you, Vice Chair Alvarez. We have a motion and a second. Your comment still? Beth, I would ask you that you take roll.
Commissioner Bontrager,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyd, Commissioner Brown. Abstain. Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Carnavale. Aye. Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Chambers. Aye. Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Cortese, Commissioner Danovich,
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon,
Abstain.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Rolette. Aye. Commissioner Tamplin.
Aye.
Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Chair Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll now move on to agenda item number 5, the items calendared for consent. This includes approval of an innovation project from Contra Costa County. Commission staff have sent the documents related to these projects to all commissioners at the time of the March agenda, was posted. And a copy of the staff analysis and letters of support have been provided in your packet. These projects had a significant amount of community engagement, not only at the local level, but also through the commission's process, which is outlined in the document in your packets. As a reminder, any commissioner can remove an item on the consent calendar. That item would then be considered as a regularly scheduled agenda item. At this time, I would like to invite commissioners to offer comments or ask questions. Seeing no comments in the room or any questions, I would then ask that it is time that members of the public may request to make a public comment on agenda item 5 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or the app, or calling in by phone, push *9. Once the public comment period for this agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue, so please make your request to comment now. Also, please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Are there any public comments? Please raise your hand now, so we will begin closing. Mariani, please open the line for public comment on agenda item 5 and start with comments in the room.
There are no comments in the room and I don't see any online either.
All right, then I would ask for a motion that the commission approve funding for the Contra Costa County Innovation Plan for a total just over $6 million. Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Camplin. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners?
Commissioner, just a heads up, we're losing sound on the remote. And I don't know if it has to do with the mic, but we can hear you, but kind of barely.
Okay, thank you. How about if I talk louder?
That's slightly better, but it sounds like that there's a distal microphone to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Danovich. We will work on that. Meanwhile, everybody can see that. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take roll. Jeff is gonna do it loudly until we figure out how to fix this.
All right, this is the roll for the vote on agenda item 5, the consent calendar. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Commissioner Boyd. Commissioner Brown. Aye. Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Bunch.
Aye.
Commissioner Carnavale. Commissioner Carrillo. Commissioner Chambers. Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Cortese. Commissioner Danovich.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Rolette.
Aye.
Commissioner Tamplin.
Aye.
Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Chair Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Jeff. Commissioner Danovich, is the sound getting better?
Speaking louder helps a little bit. It sounds like some commissioners are mic'd, more effectively. So sometimes it comes through real, with good miking, and other times it sounds a little distant, but with everybody talking up, it's a little easier to hear.
Yeah. Okay, we'll continue to work on it. Thank you, Commissioner Danovich.
Thank you.
Next, we will move to agenda item 6. Next, we will move to agenda item 6, the MHSSA update and technical assistance plan. The commission will hear a presentation on the implementation of the Mental Health Student Services Act grant and a funding proposal to support the program. The MHSSA is a $300 million investment in school mental health partnerships between behavioral health departments and local education agencies. The commission implements those grants and has a technical assistance and reporting role. We will hear from Tom Orrick, Chief of Community Engagement and Grants, Melissa Martin Mollard, Chief of the Research and Evaluation Division, and Heather Nemore, Coordinator of the Student Wellness and Student Culture Department within the Student Support Services and Programs Division at the San Diego County Office of Education. Thank you for joining us today, Heather. We're going to go ahead with the presentation.
Right, thank you, Chair Madrigal Weiss. We're happy for the opportunity to share with you about.
We're going to ask you to hold on just a minute, if you're on mic, just
Okay.
hopefully that works out better.
Oh, I'm gonna have to hold the mic and click. And roll my notes. You want to click? All right, hopefully, is this better? Okay, well, we're happy to share with you, happy to have the opportunity to share with you the progress that has been made in the implementation of the commission's vision around school-based mental health. So in the commission's 2020 policy report, every young heart and mind, schools as centers of wellness, the commission highlighted 3 broad recommendations. First was to develop a statewide strategy for making schools into centers of healing and wellness. Second was to protect against economic fluctuations so that we could have multi-year investments that increase services while also building necessary infrastructure. And third was to provide technical assistance to help schools, health agencies, and other community partners to integrate proven practices and drive continuous improvement. So our goal today is to do 4 things. I'll share a little bit at the front here, and then just give a high-level update on what has been done to this point. We're going to share some initial data about the impact of the MHSSA. We'll hear about San Diego's program from Heather. She'll come up in a few minutes. And then lastly, we'd like to outline a plan for you to bring that technical assistance to all 58 counties. We hear, and we have this program at 57 counties, but we would certainly make technical assistance available to the whole state. To this point, this is a $300 million program because that counts in technical assistance and staffing and evaluation. 255 million of that funding has gone out in grants to 57 counties who are developing partnerships. They are doing all kinds of things. You'll hear from San Diego today. For those of you who were in Imperial yesterday, you saw kind of what they're implementing there. There's a variety of different programs, and Heather will talk about that, but Melissa will talk about that as well in terms of what these programs can do. 17 of these counties are implementing student wellness centers. So to this point, we've had 9 collaborative meetings with our grantees. We typically have 160 or more participants in that meeting representing the various partnerships around the state. There are challenges though, and in these learning collaboratives, we're hearing about challenges. So there are a couple of them we heard from Dr. Bergman today about workforce, and Dr. Gothold today about workforce challenges. That's certainly one of them. I think we had a great example yesterday in Imperial about how counties can move around that obstacle though. And I think there's technical assistance needs that could help with that. There's also a fiscal sustainability concern. These are short-term grants. What happens to these great programs when funds run out? Right now, counties have to scramble to braid funding together and be creative about how they do that. And some are really, very effective at doing that. But sustainability is a concern. So I always like to remind everybody that partnership is the cornerstone of the MHSSA. I think you saw it today. We saw it in Imperial yesterday. We've seen it in so many of our programs where the partnership between county behavioral health departments, schools, county offices of education, charter schools, community schools. There are thriving partnerships, thriving programs where partnerships exist and extend out to probation departments and child welfare departments. We heard yesterday about migrant education programs. And so the stronger the partnership, the stronger the program. So first, I'd like to turn it over to the Commission's Chief of Research and Evaluation, Melissa Martin-Millard, who will take us through some of the numbers that represent the initial impact of the programs across the state. And then Heather will come up and we'll hear about San Diego's program. And then I'll come back and share with you our proposal for technical assistance to the partnerships across the state. So we'll start with Melissa.
Great, thank you, Tom. And I apologize for not clicking through the slides well for you. So I'm going to focus on some of the descriptive data that's associated with the potential reach of the MHSSA. So this first slide helps to kind of describe where the funds are currently throughout the state. So as Tom mentioned, the grants are in 57 out of 58 counties, behavioral health departments. They're partnering with 50 of the county offices of education or county superintendents of schools. That's also out of 58. There are 440 districts out of 1,021 statewide. And these numbers were reported directly to us from our grantees. And then from that, we used data from the California Department of Education to kind of look at how many schools that potentially reaches, including charters. So for the K through 12 schools within those 440 districts, there are 2,161 schools potentially reached, or where funds are currently being used. Of those schools, 221 are public charters. And then this last bullet is really an undercount, but it's what grantees reported to us in terms of the community-based partners that they're working with to provide case management, to serve as linkages in the community. So as we kind of move forward with the formal evaluation, we'll be trying to get a better handle on that connection to the communities that these partnerships are really fostering. So there's some wonderful quotes kind of embedded through this presentation, but I wanted to use this as a chance to kind of share out some of the things we heard directly from students yesterday during our site visit. So around, creating tailored solutions, one of the things we heard from a student was just that having access to a clinician makes him feel special. It makes him feel seen to be able to knock on their door and be met with such warmth and enthusiasm. So I think that's an incredible indication of not just how the wellness center can create spaces where students belong, but the presence of these clinicians and the presence of these kind of universal tier 1 supports can really create safe schools, safe spaces for all the students. Next slide. So this can look a lot of different ways in the schools. The MHSSA does not provide a specific kind of one-size-fits-all approach. Grantees are able to really look at the need within their districts, within their schools, within their communities, and then tailor them specifically to that need. So the types of services and supports can look like infrastructure and capacity building. It can look like outreach and training to the community, to students, to parents. It can look like prevention and early intervention, social and emotional learning, universal screenings, suicide prevention. And a lot of times the MHSSA dollars are used to enhance existing programs and supports. And then other times, like we saw yesterday, the grantee Imperial was really able to embed clinicians in high schools where previously there were no mental health supports. Again, when we embark on the formal evaluation, we're going to be kind of looking more closely at best practices, really seeing, what are the array of services and supports being implemented, and what can we learn from what's working, and through the technical assistance piece, try to spread those best practices throughout the state. Next slide. One of the key components of this act is that it gives counties the ability to hire staff. We heard a great testimonial from a teacher yesterday who talked about, before there were clinical supports in the school and a student would walk into the classroom and be visibly upset, she would try to take the time to check in with that student, to provide some comfort. But she felt this pressure to teach the academic content for her class. So now that she knows that she can refer that student to the clinician, she's able to, do that warm handoff and know that she can send that student to go get some additional support, freeing her up to spend time in the classroom with the rest of her students. So the act so far, and again, this is from reporting directly from the grantees, has allowed counties to hire 483 staff. And as we all know, this is in the context of pretty significant workforce shortages and challenges. But counties have been very creative, very persistent about getting in new staff to support this effort. Of the 483, 353 are direct service staff who are working, directly with students, providing those tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 supports. And 130 of them are staff providing administration, partnership development, and coordination. Expanding student access, we really can't overstate the power of hearing directly from students yesterday. One of the students talked about, he'll wake up in the morning and not be feeling well or be feeling some anxiety. And he'll think, I don't want to go to school today. And then he'll remember, oh, but I can go talk to the clinician. Actually, I have somebody who's going to help me through this day. And that gets him to school and in the door. Another student, very poignant, talked about how even if her parents don't necessarily agree with mental health, mental wellness, even if they don't support her seeing someone, they can't take school away. So she knows that she's going to get that support when she walks in the doors of the school. So really just powerful testimonials about having that access on school sites. This slide kind of, quantifies again at the state level what the potential reach is for MHSSA. So within the 2,161 schools, that reflects 1.2 million students who are potentially benefiting from the MHSSA. Now, that's out of 5.8 million. So these dollars aren't serving all students throughout California, But again, if we can kind of see what's working and use this to focus on sustainability and really leverage these dollars to continue to provide supports for students in schools, that will be incredible. I think as Tom and others spoke to, these dollars are not only about supporting students and teachers, but really also about supporting parents. We did hear from a parent yesterday who spoke very eloquently about the support that she and her daughter received, and how important that was for having her daughter be in a better place just after a few months of receiving support. And she said, I really wanted to be here today at this site visit because it's the least I can do after how much support I've been given by the school and the clinician specifically. One of the things that that we're starting to look at and that our evaluation will attend to as well is whether these dollars are meeting the most vulnerable students and the students who most need support. So descriptively at this point, we were able to look at the percentage of schools or students who qualify for free or reduced lunch. So that's about 60% of all the students within the 2,000 plus schools. And then, as you all know, looking at child welfare involvement is one of the 7 negative outcomes that our prevention and early intervention efforts focus on. And of those schools that MHSSA potentially touches, there are over 10,000 students involved in the child welfare system who are enrolled. So a lot of potential to kind of focus in on some of these populations and really look at the extent to which the dollars and services are meeting their needs. And so that's it for the data. And I'll now invite Heather Nemore to come up and do her piece of the presentation.
Thing here.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about our MHSSA grant. Ours is referred to as COPES, which stands for Creating Opportunities and Preventing and Eliminating Suicide. So it has a very much large focus on suicide prevention as well as mental health. Oh, thank you. All right, so we are a little bit unique than the other grantees across our state because we're really doing this work to build capacity of our LEA, and as opposed to providing direct services. So in reaching out to our whole county, we have 42 school districts in our county. 16 school districts opted in, as well as 13 single site charter schools and 5 multi-site charter organizations. So they function kind of like a small district. They have multiple charters. And each of these LEAs, we have identified we call them COPES liaison or a leadership team at each site. Thank you. So this gives you an overall snapshot of what this grant is really about. The first, suicide prevention, intervention, postvention. This has been our main focus the first year of the grant. And it's really about supporting our LEAs to meet the legislative requirements around policies in suicide prevention, intervention, postvention. In a lot of our work in our county, we have found that districts, LEAs have policies in place, but they don't always impact the day-to-day practices at a school level. So a lot of our work is around policy to practice, bringing it down to the school level and giving them implementation tips as well, and promoting best practices in the field. Mental health prevention and stigma reduction, big focus again. It's building up the capacity of our COPES liaisons and leadership teams to become subject matter experts in suicide prevention and mental health. So every LEA has a team of people that can do this work beyond the grant when it ends. And this also includes building up the capacity of the families. So when we do trainings around mental health, suicide prevention with our educators, we want to make sure families are getting that same information. They have the same tools and resources as well. So paralleling that. And then lastly, the school mental health referral pathways is something we'll be putting a bigger focus on the last couple of years of the grant to work with each LEA. It will look unique in each school community to really build those partnerships, to be able to do a resource asset mapping, what's in existence, and work on building, streamlining referral processes. All right, so this grant, our department, we have a history of always bringing in outside evaluators to measure and value the work that we do. So we have a team of evaluators at UCSF that has been a part of this from the beginning. We worked with them to develop a comprehensive needs assessment. So each LEA completed a comprehensive needs assessment in these 5 categories here. And they'll be doing these annually. This project is very data driven. We are meeting LEAs where they're at. We are doing things with them, and we are also really using data to drive all the work that we do. So just to pull out a piece here in the peer engagement piece, this work is so important for us in this grant and in our county as well, really lifting up peer youth voice to increase mental health literacy among our students. And one thing this pandemic has taught us is that students prefer to get support from their peers. And like Madam Madrigal-Weiss, our chair, she mentioned earlier how how important this is, and to really be able to lift that voice up. So what we're doing is bringing in a lot of peer programming, suicide prevention, and really supporting the students to be champions around suicide prevention and mental health promotion. And this commission, just applauding for the Schools as Center of Wellness document, it really speaks to that importance of youth engagement and youth leadership. So thank you for that. All right. So just a quick snapshot of our successes from year 1. One thing we wanted to really make sure happened with this grant is to get everybody on the same page using an evidence-based suicide risk screening tool. So a lot of our LEAs don't have a screener tool. Some have a suicide risk assessment that many created their own, or they pulled from existing tools. And we're talking about students' lives here, and the importance of using an evidence-based tool, having a common way to measure the severity level in suicide, and is powerful. And we're really proud of this work. So you can see here that there's been a 58% to 94% of the number of LEAs using screeners, where some LEAs will do an extensive suicide risk assessment, and that takes a lot of time and energy, where when a screener is being used, sometimes it's just a matter of 2 simple questions. So really working with our LEAs to not just use these tools, but provide training as well. And then lastly, we are collecting data on the suicide risk screenings that are conducted. Our department in 2018 did a pilot with some of our districts to just start gathering the number of suicide risk screenings that were done, the severity level, gender, grade, race, to identify what are the trends in our county. And it was pretty compelling. It was preliminary, small data to see how some of the trends rose to the top. And having this data is so important for driving our work around suicide prevention and programming, funding, policy. There's so much we don't know about it. And LEAs are required to report suspensions, expulsions, bullying, but we don't collect data that has to do with students' lives. So being able to have this data, use it to inform our programming throughout the years is going to be pretty interesting. And we know in the Zero Suicide report that this commission did, it actually has a recommendation in there that the state should collect this data. We hope we are modeling to the state how important this will be. And we're looking forward to sharing some of the trends that we see throughout the years in this. All right. Well, one last thing, I always have to put this plug in. And we focus a lot on the school safety issues, and the behavior as well. But, when suicide prevention experts, what they often say is that school shooters, most over about 90% or more, up to a year before that school shooting, they had suicide ideation. So if we can focus on suicide prevention, we can prevent school shootings. So there is this correlation and it really interplays into school safety as well. All right, so technical assistance. So we really appreciate the forward thinking of this commission and bringing in West Ed to provide technical assistance for the grantees. And up here, we just kind of have a list of different areas where our department has some subject matter expertise in that we feel we could support other counties in. And a lot of this I've talked about, the risk screening, the data collection. We have a policy to practice toolkit. It's a suicide intervention toolkit that's already used across the state. Being able to share our experience with the comprehensive needs assessment, the importance of data, driving data to do the work, and capacity building the capacity of our LEAs to do this work beyond the grant years. So the areas below you can see are possible areas of TA that would be needed for speaking for ourselves, but also our county office leads a statewide collaborative with our sister COEs across the state. It's a COE Mental Health and Wellness Collaborative. And so we see there's so much value in the peer sharing and peer learning across from each other that we gain from that. And being able to just share that information and have a space to do that has been very important. And just the other day, we had a call from a COE that contacted us and they said, hey, are any COEs doing any work around sharing information when students transition from elementary to middle or middle to high who possibly have suicide ideation, having this information shared so that the school can really be able to provide the support and the connections and the safety for that student. And we thought, wow, this is an area we don't have much about, have much in place or know about, but there are national experts that deal with information sharing, FERPA, HIPAA, all of those things. So that, these are examples of common areas that I think our counties would benefit from bringing in technical assistance and support. So I guess I will end so I'd like to end with saying that we have our very first annual brief, our evaluation team did, and it's literally fresh off the press. You all are the first to have eyes on this, and it just gives you a brief overview of what our MHSSA grant is about, the goals, a lot of what I talked about here, how we're capturing data and measuring it and why, and also looking at a little bit of that first year needs assessment, knowing that districts, for example, have policies in place, but do they include suicide intervention, prevention and postvention? So we're supporting those LEAs to really meet those requirements. And then you can see some of the data on the last page with the numbers of mental health and suicide prevention events and trainings that are happening out in the schools. You can see in this red section here, this is really a result of building the capacity of our 33 LEAs. So in that first slide, you saw that there are about 470 schools that this grant is serving, and building up the capacity, they're able to take that and do these trainings and events in their school community. So I think it just shows the power of capacity building and how it impacts the school communities in these numbers. So that is it. If there's any questions or comments, or I might be able to. I just want to say we'll get that on the website. Perfect. Thank you, Heather. Yeah.
Before I pass it over to Tom, I just wanted to quickly clarify that West Ed is our lead evaluation partner, and their efforts will absolutely be informing the technical assistance component. But we're trying to separate out the technical assistance piece from the evaluation. So just to clarify that, and with that, I'll pass it over to Tom.
We can put that on our website so that everybody will have access to
This
your
is hot off the
report.
presses.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share the data.
Great,
But
yeah.
Are there questions or comments from fellow commissioners regarding? Please, Commissioner Carnival.
Thank you, Chair. A comment and question. Again, yesterday we saw the empowerment of students come to life, and hearing this program and realizing that this program brings it through the entire system is really exciting. And this idea of mental health literacy, that term you used, I thought was really exciting. I guess my question is, I love the data, I love all data. And I see a lot of data on the processors right now there. I guess I want you to comment on when we get data about the outcome of this. And maybe Melissa, you could talk more broadly about the efforts to collect data for this whole program and behavioral health specialists in the system, and how we can come up with data that actually tells us what the impact of all of these efforts is.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. So a couple things. One, the California Healthy Kids Survey is something that we are having all of our LEAs do annually. And through research, we have identified specific indicators we'll be tracking in that. A lot of that has to do with school climate, caring adults on campus. Do they feel like they have caring relationships, and also the mental health stuff like chronic sadness and hopelessness and seriously considered suicide. Also in the mental health module of the checks, we're identifying certain indicators we'll be tracking as well, such as if I felt sad, depressed, or lonely, who would I speak to? Would I speak to someone? Who would it be? Those kinds of things. So those indicators will be tracking annually to see where we're moving the needle in school climate and mental health through the perceptions of students. And then also the comprehensive needs assessment is being done annually to see where we can see the growth indicators as well. So we already know, for example, some of the LEAs saying that they don't have a comprehensive protocol for suicide intervention. Many now have that through the years. The needs assessment this coming year, we will see some growth in that area. So that will be a big piece of marking growth. And then being able to, look at the suicide risk screening data as well. And all of this will be looked at and each year, and then those outcomes will inform our work for that year. So definitely a lot of data. We look forward to sharing with all of you. Yeah.
Just a comment, like over, I think it was almost 10 years ago, where the state of California went through a strategic plan for reducing mental health stigma and discrimination. And what you all have demonstrated and shared with us, in efforts to educate and train our educators and the students at a young age about, signs around preventing suicide and peer support and engagement are all part of just this overall goal of us helping reduce stigma and normalize that these challenges do come up in our lives, and also recovery is possible and support is there. And we used to talk about if we can address the stigma around and the internal shame and guilt about having mental health challenges, that suicide rates would also start reducing. And so this really ties, and it's such an incredible highlight of how the MHSA and the commission has put effort in to help reduce the stigma. The youth, we were talking about this yesterday, the youth are way more open about talking about their mental health issues than any generation before them. When I was going through it 20 years ago, the idea about the stigma with mental health issues and trying to change it was felt so huge that it didn't, you couldn't, we had strategies and it wasn't I didn't know, but I believe that we would see this reduction in the stigma start being, disseminated or reduced. And now to hear and see data and reports on how you all here in San Diego County are doing it, it's just inspiring. It's a motivation for all of us across the state to partner with or to learn from and do the same, or continuing this effort, because making an impact, and I just want to thank you for the incredible work.
Thank you so much. This year, we're really excited and huge thank you to this commission and for the MHSSA grant, because it's made it possible for us to really lift up the mental literacy of students. This year, we're going to be bringing in peer programming at the school level for suicide prevention and mental health. So things like Hope Squad and Sources of Strength and Bring Change to Mind. Every LEA was able to identify schools in their district or charter organization that want to, they're all really, they're becoming mental health champions in their school communities. And we were overwhelmed with the number of requests. I mean, it's a commitment to bring in these programs. You need advisors and coaches. And we have more requests than we probably can afford, but it's great to know that schools want students to be able to be leaders around mental health in their campuses. So more good data to come on that too.
And this aligns with what we've had some research around, again, stigma reduction, and it's something called Dr. Pat Corrigan has been a leader in this effort, and he identified TLC-3. So targeted, local, continuous contact with consumers is the key to helping the youth and other, adults and older adults dealing with, the mental health challenges, find ways to get their recovery, get back on their journey of recovery. And so that, and you're doing that, and knowing some of the stuff of what was working and what was researched, you're doing it right now, and to see it, and see these reports, I just want to thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, please, Commissioners Rolette, Commissioner Mitchell, and then we will have Tom present the proposed plan.
Just really quick, Commissioner Chapman, could you, that acronym TLC-3?
Yeah.
Could you repeat that again?
The targeted, local, continuous, the first C, contact with consumers, peers.
Thank you for that presentation. Beautiful work, outstanding. The one question I have, is there any way or is there an opportunity in your data collection, or maybe you've done it, to kind of single out the most vulnerable students, that those who are your foster youth, those kids who are have been exposed to all sorts of trauma. So I'm just curious, is there an opportunity to kind of to swim upstream to see how some prevention efforts could be identified? Because I know all youth are going through a lot of things, but the most vulnerable students, because this says 10,000 foster students. I'm just curious, how many of those kids are being addressed upfront, or is there any extrapolation for them so we can be ahead of their possible suicide effort?
Yeah, so with, for us, because we don't directly really work in the schools, we support the districts and the charter organizations. We're using some data to do that, but not exactly identify students. It's all anonymous, of course. But some of those CHICS indicators I mentioned were, we know through research like LGBTQ youth, bullying, chronic sadness, suicide ideation. A lot of those indicators, we have our evaluators take all our 33 LEAs and do a kind of like a table chart where the ones that have the most concerning data with those indicators rise to the top. So that's going to be one way how we identify who gets programming and where to concentrate efforts in. And so at a anonymous level, definitely. But when we work with our LEAs, a part of that needs assessment kind of comes down to how are you identifying students in need? What is your process? Where do you need support with that? So we individually meet with each LEA, which is going to look different, to figure out those practices and protocols in place to be able to identify those students that, are, of higher priority. And so, 470 schools, it looks different in each of them, but giving them, building their capacity to be able to identify and support is important for that impacts down to the school level. Yeah.
Let me, so we have a comment from Commissioner Bontrager. A question or comment?
Yeah, I just wanted, just for context, we have this 300 million for MHSSA monies going to schools. But in context, we have 400 million from the state that flows through the managed care plans to schools through the Student Behavioral Health Incentive Program. And then we have another 550 million coming out in June for school-based school-linked behavioral health capacity building grants. So all this funding is coming about. I just wonder, is there any efforts being made to somehow bring all these efforts together so we can leverage all these sources of funds and build a more sustainable delivery system at schools going forward? So I guess it's a general question to say we have this one-time infusion of historic monies. How do we ensure that we build something that's sustainable for a longer term? And is there any nexus between the two that's happening right now?
So I don't know if you're asking, are you asking at the OAC level? You're asking?
So, yeah, let me be more specific. So I think one thing we see with MHSSA and SBHIP, the county offices of education have kind of been elevated when it comes to student wellness and well-being through both of these processes. So I wonder if there's anything happening at the local county office of ed level that funds from both MHSSA and SBHIP are flowing through that office. Are they braiding the funding? Are they leveraging the two? Do we have any experiences or anecdotal information about any of that?
So I will tell you that working with a variety of our sister COEs, it looks different in different counties. That's one. I will tell you that in this county, anything that has to do with behavioral health runs through my department. So we are making sure that we are braiding efforts, that we are leveraging the resources. But it just depends. So SBHIP, certain districts were identified right off the bat. And so whoever's participating with SBHIP, then we are leveraging with COPES. So we have 33 LEAs identified with COPES. We are ensuring that we are aligning with the SBHIP districts and then leveraging so that we can model and replicate for those districts that weren't with SBHIP, but are with COPES. So yes, the answer is yes. We are braiding and leveraging at the local level. And in different counties, it looks different, just depending on those relationships. I think what MHSSA has done is just by design has brought together county behavioral health departments and LEAs or COEs. So I think that was really a critical first step for dovetailing SBHIP. So I thought that, just the way it came out by design was very helpful and timely. So yeah, and if you want to answer to the state, and then we will go from, and then Dave will make a comment after that. So if you wanted to answer, Melissa.
Yeah, I'll just say from an evaluation standpoint, we have discussed with West Ed that we want them to help us to identify core metrics for student mental health that, looks across all of these initiatives about to what can be achieved. So the evaluation effort is not going to be limited to what the impact of MHSSA is on student and school mental health, but really looking at how all of these initiatives together and all of these funds braided together can have an impact. We've also asked them to help us to integrate through an evaluation effort. And West Ed is already involved in several of the statewide initiatives, and which is one of the reasons that makes them a great partner. But I think Tom had something on sustainability.
Yeah, just to speak to Commissioner Bontrager's question a little bit more. Yeah, this is something we've definitely heard, and I'll talk a little bit more about it in the technical assistance plan, but it sounds like what we really need is a statewide coordinated effort around sustainability and evaluation. So that's what we hope to get to. I know there's other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Gordon, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to elaborate on the chair's comments. It is the case that every county is approaching this in the way that best suits their individual needs. In our county, we have chosen to begin the push for sustainability by creating a funding stream which allows us to build back through Medicare to help fund clinicians at each of our schools in the county. Ultimately, we have about 40 clinicians deployed. And as far as the evaluation part of it goes, I think we have to go back to part of the discussions we've had in years past about what are we trying to do here. And one of the main goals, I think, was to try to bring the health systems and the school systems closer together for a couple of reasons. Number one, because the schools are a point of collaboration and access for families and young people, and particularly for underserved families and young people. And secondly, we have to do much more with prevention down the road. We're really great at treatment, but a lot of the things we're treating are way after the fact. So as we work in elementary schools and hopefully now in TK and in preschools and begin to reach kids and families there, we can get on a prevention mission. But all of that work is hard to do. But the sustainability, I would say, is the major challenge, because if we can keep this going and make sure there's a reliable source of bringing schools and the medical system together to not only to serve, but to work on collaboration and prevention, I think that's the real benefit 5, 7, 10, 15 years down the road. So I think it's very exciting what the commission has done, and I give our staff, Toby and staff, a whole lot of credit for starting with almost nothing and bringing this to some very, very forward-looking work in all of our counties, albeit different work.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Rolette, please, you have a comment, and then we'll get on to Tom's presentation on technical assistance.
Just wanted to provide commissioners with perspective with every great opportunity, and this is really a great opportunity to address a myriad of dilemmas in our schools. I'm going to go back to the point that the San Diego behavioral health director referenced. He said, I have a workforce today of 17,000 people, and in 3 to 5 years, I'm going to need a workforce of 34,000 people. There is a unique dilemma being created with all of these amazing opportunities in our workforce. We do not have enough people to do the work that the demand, the need requires. We don't have enough people today, and we certainly don't have enough people to meet the need going forward. And as Dave indicated, while we need to think about sustainability in terms of funding, we also need to think about sustainability in terms of our workforce. It is the challenge that community-based organizations experience all the time, because so many of our individuals and so many colleagues that work in the community now realize that there are a myriad of great opportunities they get to go and pursue. And that's wonderful. At the same time, it is creating stressors on the other end that I just cannot describe for you succinctly in the amount of time that I have today. It's a real challenge, workforce.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Rolette.
Can I just make a recommendation here briefly? This whole thing of sustainability really bothers me, because what we know, every time we look at programs around prevention, it ends up saving money in the long run. And that seems to get missed. And you can see where this is going to go. We're going to do all this great work, and 5 or 10 years from now, these programs are gonna disappear because somebody is very short-sighted that way. And so I wonder if we could be finding a way in all this data to collect and understand the economics of these programs so that we can build that case that this actually makes sense as an investment to do for the long run.
Thank you, Commissioner Carnavale. Please, Tom, if you could.
Yeah,
To
great.
technical assistance.
Yeah. We'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to transition now to our discussion, presentation on technical assistance. This is our proposal, which we think is both highly responsive to what we heard from our grantees. This is what we heard. We also think that this technical assistance plan is a solid first step in a longer term plan that will evolve over time. We see a future where we can potentially, if the commission so chooses, to utilize ongoing MHSSA funding, which is about $8 million per year, to continually assess the landscape of technical assistance providers around the state. There are a lot of different entities providing technical assistance. So could we potentially use funds in the future to assess that and then to work to align all of these efforts into a statewide strategy for both technical assistance and evaluation? We also envision a statewide online resource hub that is connected to peers with our grantees, with expertise, as we just heard from San Diego, and also technical assistance consultants who can use that to walk partnerships through the various steps related to the 5 or 6 TA areas that you'll hear about in a minute. So we feel like this plan that I'm going to present is both responsive to the immediate needs, but it's also a really good first step for the larger strategy yet to unfold in terms of sustainability, as you were just talking about. There's more to come, and we have a lot more to do. So what we did, and you have an outline in your packet. There's an outline online as well that outlines kind of the nuts and bolts of the plan. If you want to refer to that. I guess we're not clicking forward here. That's all right. Clicker's not clicking. We may need some technical assistance right now. That's okay. Commission staff conducted 3 separate surveys of our grantees.
Okay, I think I can do it. Next.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
I'm gonna move you fast, so let's get going.
Okay, yeah, there we go. We conducted 3 separate surveys of our grantees. We also asked about the advantages and disadvantages of a peer-to-peer coaching model where MHSSA grantees provide TA to other grantees. We also asked if they've received TA, and if so, from who. And so, as you just heard, their peer-to-peer coaching is a really important way to deliver information, like we just heard from Heather. We also conducted one-on-one interviews with grantees and met with representatives from the California Collaborative on Educational Excellence, as well as Children's Trust and Breaking Barriers. What we learned through these efforts, Through these efforts, we learned that grantees would like technical assistance in the area of, there's 5 areas: sustainability, data collection, partnership development, workforce wellness and development, and program model implementation. So while I guess I said 5 or 6, because while it didn't specifically come up, we would also consider adding or folding in technical assistance around best practices and engaging students and their families. What we saw early on is that county partnerships were receiving technical assistance from other county partnerships. And as a result, that happened as a result of our learning collaboratives. So in this setting, the grantees began to connect with each other in an organic way to share information and ideas and learn from one another. We also learned that a large majority of grantees saw advantages of a peer-to-peer coaching model, including learning from the experiences of another county as they've gone through things that they're now facing. We also heard that while peer-to-peer coaching was embraced, Several grantees stated that the advantages of receiving TA support from a statewide coordinating organization or other subject matter experts who were not grantees would also be advantageous. A statewide coordinator and subject matter experts could assist to provide additional help where there were gaps in knowledge or technical assistance knowledge. They could help coordinate the TA strategy, statewide strategy. And they could align with other statewide TA providers to ensure that we had one aligned approach around the state. So based on what we've heard, based on what we learned, staff is recommending a hybrid approach to technical assistance. We would release 2 separate RFQs, starting with the technical coaching team. And when I say technical coaching team, I mean these would be the MHSSA grantees who have responded to the RFQ. And we have determined that they have specific expertise in one of those subject matter areas. They would form a team, the technical coaching team. We would want at least 5 grantees to cover the 5 areas. Once this team is in place, we would consult with them about the scope of work for the second RFQ, which would be to bring in our statewide coordinator and subject matter experts to help us determine where they needed help. So this is really a plan that defers to our grantees to inform us about where they need technical assistance ongoing. So the next slide is the technical. Boy, yeah, we are moving on. Good. Here are some of the responsibilities: implementation timeline, scope of work for the statewide coordinator. They'll put together a learning collaborative structure, and provide progress reports and a draft plan for the statewide TA providers. The minimum qualifications we'd consider are that the TCT be a participant in a thriving partnership, an MHSSA partnership in good standing, that they've demonstrated knowledge and expertise in selected areas, and they have at least 2 years experience doing this coaching or providing assistance to other counties. The timeline for this would be, we'd hope to release it soon, the first RFQ, April 17th, and then with a deadline late May. Then we would get them under contract to provide the service, and then in September, release the RFQ for the statewide coordinator, and then award that in November. And so the proposed motion for this plan, this is an $8.2 million plan. 6.2 million going to the technical coaching team members or awardees over 4 years, and then $2 million held for statewide coordinator and other subject matter experts to help fill gaps where needed. And so this motion is that the commission approves the proposed RFQ outline, direct staff to issue 2 requests for qualifications, 1 for technical coaching and 1 for statewide coordination, and authorizes staff to initiate a competitive bid process and enter into contracts with the highest scoring applicants.
Misters, do I have a motion? Oh, sorry, did I skip? Oh, discuss. What?
I can't see, I'm jumping in. Go ahead, please, I'm sorry.
Just for learning purposes, a request for qualification as opposed to a request for application.
Yeah.
You're looking to design the project.
Right.
The entity that gets the grant.
Yeah.
Can you help us or help me understand, what does that mean? Like, when does it actually go into effect?
Yeah.
Is there any sort of timeline associated with that we would want the expertise? I love that you're leveraging the expertise of the grantees themselves, but when do they actually start helping others?
Yeah. Yeah, I think once we identify that, and a request for qualification is, we're using that because we really need their expertise to help design the entire plan and the strategy statewide. But I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't get them going in terms of providing technical assistance to other grantees who need it in the area of sustainability or program implementation, like we heard today, or workforce, like we heard yesterday in Imperial. I think Imperial County has some excellent ideas about workforce. So I think that we could get them moving on that right away. Once they're contracted, as after they provide us a plan for how they would do it, I think some of that could start before the statewide coordinator is brought on. But I think the statewide coordinator is really important to help bring it all together and to create a strategy for how they'll work together.
I'm curious,
Yes, please.
is there a bank of these technical coaches somewhere that we would look to do this work, to send this RFQ to? I'm just curious, so where do you find this skill? Well, I'm sure it exists, but.
So Commissioner, this is designed for recognizing the comments that came up earlier around one-time funding and sustainability. This is actually designed for a peer-to-peer model that has the potential to be sustained after the funding is gone. So it's not designed to go out and get an outside consultant who will come in and teach and then leave. It's designed to actually draw from the MHSSA partnerships themselves so that the partners are learning from each other. The exception is the outside consultant. And so, yes, there are banks of consultants who have expertise in this area. And that outside consultant opportunity has the potential to bring that in. But it's really designed to support the ability of the partners to learn from each other. So it says within those 5 areas, who is interested in actually taking the lead, a peer lead, to drive excellence, quality, standardized practices into the field, so that when this money, walks away, when the money ends, the intent is that the potential for that peer-to-peer learning remains. That makes sense? So it's this sort of composition model of the outside experts who are for hire and the inside experts who have that on the ground experience working with their peers.
Thank you.
Other questions? Comments online? Public
So
comment.
we need a motion.
Public comment.
Oh, yeah.
You can get a motion now. Public
At this time, members of the public may request to make public comment on agenda item 6 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or the app, or if calling in by phone, press *9. Once the public comment period for this agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue. So please make your request to comment now. Are there any public comments? Please raise your hand now as the queue will be closing. And we would ask that you please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Mariani, please open the line for public comment on agenda item 6, and let's start with comments within the room, and then we'll go to comments online. There, we have one comment in the room. Stacy, we'll have you. Yeah, in the front.
We can have
Okay. Oh, I realized.
Yes, right.
Oh, that's okay. There's nothing. They left to the front, so if you want to come to the front, so we have our back view. We don't want to do. Sorry, Stacy, thank you. Yeah, we want to look at you.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Last 35 of problems.
We're kidding.
We're kidding. I don't have a lot. I see here a lot of what I'm called the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. I don't have a lot to say. It's an impressive plan. So it's nothing against the motion. And I do want to stress that, of course, we want more mental health services on full campus. My own son, I know I'm doing reveal here personal things, but when my son was only in the 3rd or 4th grade, it was the school that informed me that there were some issues. And thankfully, I got my son into therapy right away, frankly, in the nick of time. And he's over 30 now. So I'm very grateful that. However, I just am concerned that I know this is more about school and mental health.
the county mental health and school districts working together, but there's no mention about reducing disparities, cultural competence. And again, I know that's not the focus, it's the school, but I do think that there should be some attention paid. Commissioner Mitchell said, who are the youth most in need? And also, I really do want to make this point, and again, it's not from personal, but it's from local members and CRDP members. When I talk with them about schools are not a safe haven or the best place for some students and families. And this is mainly from African-American communities and brown communities that, again, when I put the question out, they said, no, that's not a safe place for us. That's not a place where my child feels safe. And it was even with some LGBTQ folks who, and when I thought, so often that it is a safe place, but sometimes it's not. So I just want people to remember that also. And when again, designing these plans to make sure that people that are underserved or not being served, that to partner with community-based organizations or people from those communities so we can get the services to the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. How many, any?
Yes, online we have potentially 3 comments, 1 dropped, but we have Richard and Laurel. First, we can start with Richard. Your line is open.
Good morning, everyone. Great presentations. What I want is for all the grantees to provide data reporting as part of the requirement of the grant due to utilizing the MHSA dollars. I know that's part of the Oversight Commission responsibility, but it sounds like you're contracting out to have the agency do that piece for this particular project. It needs to be inclusive. It needs to include referrals to special education. When a student have a mental health disability, he or she is eligible for special education. So there needs to be tracking of referrals being made for special ed. My only concern as a special ed student myself is that districts and schools are going to double dip, let wellness center do the evaluation so that they don't have to pay for it with the special ed screening and eligibility. I can see that happening. It's politics, it's money. But it's important that you have data tracking, reporting of all communities, both on the student and the parent or guardian being served with this project. We need to see who's being served, tracking, and then evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Next, we have Laurel. Your line is open. You can go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
I am Laurel Ben Hamida, and I am with Muslim American Society Social Services Foundation based in Sacramento, but which has reached across the state in some of its services, such as a youth warm line for Muslim youth who are in distress. And we were also contracted with FEMA through CalMesa to provide the phone and text help during the COVID crisis, and still some. So I'm also with REMCO, and so I have an interest in reducing disparities. But what some of you don't know is that my doctorate is in second language acquisition. And so education is something that I was involved in before mental health. So my question today is about what is going on in the county you visited, in Imperial County, with refugee, immigrant, and migrant children from war and other conflict regions, such as Afghans, Ukrainians, and Central and South Americans. We know that PSD is best treated early or best prevented and responds to early interventions. So I didn't hear about that today, but it doesn't mean somebody's not doing it. I'd sure like to know. And second, the survey that you took, I have a kind of in the weeds question. So did you ask, so this a survey with a menu to choose from or blanks? And if it was a menu, was technical assistance in culturally linguistically appropriate services and CDEFs included? Or was it a blank where people could fill that in? And in any case, did it appear as a priority for many of the people who responded to the survey? It's wonderful to see so much money and talent going into education and mental health. And we're all very supportive. We just want it to be the best that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have our,
Thank you, Laurel.
we have our last public comment. Call-in user number 2. Your line is open. Please go ahead. Call-in user 2. Oh, maybe not. Is it Mark Carmatz?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mark Carmatz. I want to make sort of an announcement, and that is that Doors to Wellbeing is going to be hosting Project Return Peer Support Network next Tuesday. It's going to be at about 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Jason Garcia is going to be doing the presentation, and I don't know if it will do with the students, but that's going to take place on Tuesday, and so it would be good for people to attend that. Another comment I am concerned is that the Mental Health Commission in Los Angeles meeting is at the same time, and they can't attend this meeting if that one. So I think it's very necessary that they have a separate time for their meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
And then that was our last comment.
Thank you, Mariani. Now that public comment has concluded at this time, I would entertain a motion that the commission approves the proposed RFQ outline, directs staff to issue 2 requests for qualifications, 1 for technical coaching and 1 for statewide coordination, and authorizes staff to initiate a competitive bid process and enter into contracts with the highest scoring applicants. Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell.
I'll second. Dave Gordon.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. Are there any additional comments or questions from commissioners?
Additional comment.
Please.
In my very, very brief stint as a trustee in Sacramento, working very closely at times with SCOE, my experience was that Black, Indigenous students of color and their achievement markers were not achieved when we solicited technical assistance to impact that. And oftentimes the technical assistance, the respondents, and this goes back to Vice Chair Alvarez's questions, were qualified, but you still didn't see the movement, the Black, Indigenous students of color. And again, this is not an attempt to micromanage, and the commission is very responsive when I raise factors like this. But I would hope that in your RFQ, you'd ask applicants what they are going to do to better address the needs of poorly served or underserved communities or students, and what different strategies or community-based strategies are they going to try to adopt or incorporate as part of their qualifications? Because again, what I experienced, and I hope I'm not meandering, but what I experienced is that you would get this standard classic response. And that particular group of students, their achievement did move. We didn't move the bar. And I was a trustee then. And so that's my hope. That sometimes if you ask better questions, or you request better questions you request better information from the applicant, you'll determine that you really aren't doing anything particularly innovative. So are you the best qualified entity to provide TA for this particular group of students?
Yes, I'm glad that's reported because we'd be happy to, of course, include that and then to talk with you further about how best to do it. But yes, that will absolutely be part of minimum qualification and we'll add that, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Willett. I would ask, Tom, that you include that both for the TA and for the evaluation. And that you work with Commissioner Willett as mentioned.
That'd be great.
With Commissioner Willett. Thank you, Commissioner Willett, for bringing that up. Are there any other questions or comments regarding this? Any online? Okay, seeing none. Seeing no more comments for commissioners. Jeff, I would ask then that you take roll.
Commissioner Bontrager,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyd, Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Carnavale.
Aye.
Commissioner Carrillo. Commissioner Chambers.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Cortese, Commissioner Danovich,
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon,
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rolette,
Aye.
Commissioner Tamplin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Alvarez,
Aye.
Chair Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom, for your presentation. Also for your presentation, and thank you for the more. Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. All right, we will move on to agenda item 7, the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. The initiative is 4.7 billion investment to improve mental health outcomes for children and youth. The commission has received funding to work with the Department of Healthcare Services to release 429 million in grants to expand evidence-based or community-defined practices. The administration has asked the commission to administer 2 of 6 rounds of grant funding that align with work we are already doing. There are 6 rounds of funding. Round 4 focuses on youth-driven programs, including support to launch Alcove Youth Drop-In programs, which we are currently supporting. Round 5 will focus on early intervention programs and practices, including early psychosis interventions, which we also are currently supporting. The commission will hear a presentation and consider directing staff to move forward with a proposal to provide approximately $150 million in grants, including funding for technical assistance and program monitoring for rounds 4 and 5 of the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. We will hear from Tom Orrick again, who leads our grant work.
Great. Thank you, Chair. We can go to the first slide. Lester, I think you're moving those forward. PYBHI, as you said, is a $4.7 billion initiative to improve access to behavioral health services for children and youth, regardless of their insurance coverage. With the overarching goal of providing services that will bring well-being, prevention, that are equitable and appropriate and provided in a timely manner. Next slide. About 10% of these funds, or $429 million, has been carved out to expand evidence-based practices or community-defined evidence practices. So these are CDEPs. CDEPs are practices that have been used in communities for many years, in some cases, and have been found by the community to be effective and to work. So these are included in this carve out. So 10% of the 4.7 million, 4.2 million, sorry. 4.7 million. So $429 million in 6 programs. So next slide, Lester. The $429 million will fund grants in 6 separate rounds. You can see them there, parent and caregiver support, trauma informed programs of practice, early childhood wraparound, youth-driven programs, early intervention programs, and other community-defined practices. The reason round 4 and 5 are in bold there is because the commission staff has been in discussion with the Department of Healthcare Services about the commission's role in administering the grants in these 2 rounds. Initially, the plan was for DHCS to distribute 10% of that $429 million to the commission, or $43 million, who would use the funds to provide grants in these 2 rounds. However, more recent conversations with DHCS have resulted in a new approach where the commission would administer the grant process in collaboration with DHCS in these 2 rounds. So the funding may be in the neighborhood of 50 million to in round 4 and 80 to 100 million in round 5. We don't quite know yet. The funding levels haven't yet been determined, nor the types of programs. But what we do know is that Alcove youth drop-in centers have been identified by the community through public engagement and are held up as an example of a round 4 program. Alcove youth drop-in centers, as you know, is a program that we fund in our efforts there at the commission. So the same is true for round 5, where coordinated specialty care clinic programs that address the needs of people experiencing a first episode of psychosis have been identified as an example of an evidence-based early intervention model. So these 2 programs, along with other youth-driven and other early intervention programs, could be expanded with these funds. There is also $15 million available for technical assistance to support the eventual awardees. As we are asking to move forward today with this grant program, the technical assistance funding is folded in to this larger plan. So we would then seek to contract with the technical assistance and expertise in these 2 areas for youth-driven programs and early intervention programs. So next slide, round 4 is focused on youth-driven models. Next slide, youth 5 is focusing on early intervention models. There's a very tight time frame to distribute these funds because the funding expires in June of 2025. So if approved, our hope would be to release RFAs in April or early May so that these programs have the full 2 years of funding available for the awarded program. Our hope today is to get the commission's blessing to move forward with continued discussion and collaboration with the Department of Healthcare Services, and then to begin the grant program once the funding levels and the eligible program types are more clearly identified. So next slide, the minimum qualifications at this point have been that the organization has been in existence for at least 2 years, providing youth-driven programs which improve access to behavioral health interventions, prevention, early intervention, resilience recovery for children and youth experience in that area, and then a specific focus on children and youth who are from Black, Indigenous, and people of color and LGBTQIA+ communities, and have experience and capacity to support youth and serve as allies in partnership with youth in the design and implementation of mental health programs. So the proposed motion for this, next slide, is that the commission authorizes staff to move forward in supporting round 4 and round 5, consistent with budget approval. We changed this motion. You want me to, if I can see it? Yeah, okay. Sorry. That the commission authorizes direct staff to administer the grant for round 4 and round 5 of the CYBHI, consistent with the interagency agreement with the commission and the Department of Healthcare Services, including the $50 million in technical assistance grant.
Mr. Orick, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I'm done with the presentation now. But, okay, sorry about that. Maybe I can get the mic. You have the mic.
Yes, please. Let's have commissioner questions. Can you hear Commissioner Chambers?
Who has the microphone?
No.
Oh. Yeah.
My system worked.
I can barely hear you.
Oh. So when you talk about youth, what do you exactly mean by youth?
So the question from the commissioner is, what is the definition of youth? Under the terms of the CYBHI, youth is 0 to 25.
Okay.
So these grants are limited to services for 0 to 25 population. However, they recognize in specific instances opportunities to serve their families as well. So the Department of Healthcare Services has done about a year-long process of defining programs that would be eligible for round 4 and round 5. And so they're making that determination. And they're also making a determination of how much funding is available in each round. The $15 million is separate. It's to actually support our ability to do the implementation and provide TA. So we don't yet know the total dollars. We do not yet know the complete array of programs that are available, right? And so we're in the process of entering an interagency agreement. But under the commission's rules, in order for us to move forward with this program, we're required to get your permission.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions or comments?
I'm happy to repeat the question. Commissioner Tamplin.
No.
I'll repeat the question. Oh, Commissioner.
No, I just have a quick comment. So absolutely, as far as like the process, I think you have all of our support, given that that is something that has to happen, right? It's procedural. But just a comment, this is an incredible one-time opportunity, right? That's going to go to support youth-driven programs, community-based programs. I'm just curious where we're, as a commission, we're thinking about that sustainability path and how these types of programs can be funded by community supports and services, or by PEI, or by other initiatives, since there already is alignment, just so that these one-time funds don't get our community all excited about what they're doing and then go away by 2020.
So thank you very much for that question. And in fact, the process that the Department of Healthcare Services initiated and pursued included a requirement that the programs that would be funded must be programs that can be billed for in order to explicitly recognize that issue. So these are incentive dollars to launch or scale evidence or community-defined practices that can be funded with ongoing revenues. And that includes so part of that technical assistance includes working with providers to maximize CalAIM and other recent modifications to Medi-Cal, but also the new rules around commercial insurance funding for people with mental health needs. So that has actually been a limiting factor in terms of what's eligible. But and so to be clear, there are certain models, evidence-based practices that are eligible for these funds. But the language that the Department of Healthcare Services is putting forward is that applicants would be able to identify community-defined practices that are comparable as long as the applicant can demonstrate that there's a robust evidence base from the community to support that, and that there is the perception of a sustainable financing strategy. And again, the targeted populations focusing on disparities that Tom mentioned.
Mr. Tamplin, did you have a question? No. Okay. I'm not a teacher. I didn't get you in trouble. Any other questions or comments from inside? I responded like I was. Okay, I see no other questions or comments from fellow commissioners. So at this time, I would like to open it up for public comment. So members of the public may request to make a public comment on agenda item 7 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or the app, or calling in by phone. Please push *9. Once the public comment period for this agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue. So please make your request to comment now. Are there any public comments? Please raise your hand now, as the queue will be closing. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Amariani, please open the line for public comment on agenda item 7, and let's start with the people in the room. Are there any public comments in the room?
We have one in-room comment, and then we have 7 online comments. This last online comment is Steve McNally. We'll start with in-room, Stacy.
Thank you. Stacey, we can have you come up. Yep, perfect. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I feel like Stacy Hiramoto, REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. I wish I could speak after because I feel like I don't like when I'm always up here. But this agenda item, we have been following, REMCO and the CRDP have been following the CYBHI process, and this just kind of came out of the blue. And I realize you have to take a vote to proceed, but I hope that there is some transparency and working with the community, because we're very puzzled. I mean, there is, for example, no stated role for the commissioners in improving the proposed funding package. The commission is being asked to authorize staff to administer the grants. There's no information regarding how the OEC will manage the RFPs or grantees, or the grantees is provided in the outline. The plan for the administrator of the RFPs and the grantees is not presented. Again, there's just so many missing things. And then you mentioned Alcove. It was my understanding that Alcove has primarily been put in upper middle class neighborhoods, not in average or poor, low income neighborhoods. So I'm again concerned about expanding a program that is not serving underserved. I'm gonna let others that have reviewed what was in, and again, some of this was not available until today, the presentation. There was just the outline. So it's very difficult for the public to comment on this. And again, I realize you need to move forward, but this is just coming out of the blue, and I hope we can please have some opportunities for the public to ask questions and get feedback, not in this manner where it's a 3 minute.
Thank you, Stacy. So is that the only comment in the room? Okay. I'd like you to respond to some of those comments, Toby, regarding Alcove, and also how this is, I don't think this is quite out of this. I just want to just put that out.
Sure.
So we have some transparency.
So the legislation a year and a half ago actually specified that 10% of the funds would come to the commission. And so, but over the course of the Department of Healthcare Services process, which has been 18 months or longer, they reached out to us and asked us if instead of simply administering the 10%, if we could administer rounds 4 and 5, using the process that they had already pursued with community engagement. Now, I Stacy, can't comment on how robust that community engagement was from the community's perspective, but our understanding is that they had significant community engagement in terms of programs that would be eligible. They're simply saying instead of the administration, instead of the Department of Healthcare Services administering rounds 4 and 5, that the commission would administer round 4 and 5. In terms of the Alcove comment, there are 2 sites that are opened, one in Santa Clara and one in Los Angeles. Santa Clara originally opened 2 sites, one in Palo Alto and one in San Jose. The San Jose site was in a neighborhood more consistent with your comments. It was actually shut down because there was gang violence at the site, and the staff and the community found that it was not a safe place. Santa Clara is working to actually identify a new site in the San Jose, in inner city San Jose, in a neighborhood that would be more appropriate for communities of color in San Jose. Sacramento is also opening up a site in the Oak Park area. So we're aggressively working with our partners to ensure that the Alcove model is available in communities that are at greatest needs. Just sort of how that happened in LA and Santa Clara. And the CYBHI has a specific emphasis on highlighting programs that are targeting most disadvantaged communities. And the point is that the funding is not limited to Alcove, but it's a program where applicants can say, here's how we would like to develop youth-driven models with an evidence base. Alcove is one program that is eligible. It's not the only program that is eligible.
Thank you, Toby. Mariani, can we go ahead with,
Online?
yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, first we have Diego. Your line is open. You can go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners, or almost good afternoon now. My name is Diego Bravo, and I'm with Safe Passages, an open-based nonprofit and member of the California Reducing Disparities Project. I just wanted to come on briefly today to make public comment about item number 7, the proposal for OAC staff to direct staff to administer 150 million in CYBHI round 4 and round 5 funding. We just had a few public comments about this item. First, the outline of the proposed process in the OAC meeting package does not list community defined evidence practices or CDEPs under the description of round 4 or 5. Although CDEPs are specifically referenced dozens of times in the official CYBHI funding strategy document, which is the guiding document of all CYBHI grants. CDEPs are actually in the name of the grants program itself, although I do see that CDEPs were mentioned in your presentation, and we do hope they will be included in all full RFA releases. And next, we believe that just more information and transparency is needed regarding how the OAC will manage RFA processes or grants to grantees once funds are awarded. And finally, as Stacy mentioned, there was no detail in the OAC provided in the original package to how the OAC was authorized to administer CYBHI round 4 of the grants program, as we were under the assumption that the initial plan was to just administer round 5. And it simply stated that the OAC is authorized to do so. And it seems based on this outline that if this action is approved, the power of authorization and management will then just shift to staff. But we also appreciate your clarification here. But yeah, overall, we just like a little more transparency and oversight on these processes, both program stakeholders in this room and also in the community. But that being said, we appreciate all of you and your continued work and advocacy in this space for our communities. And I'll just end there to save some time for our next agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego.
Next we have Josefina. Your line is open. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much and good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Josefina Alvarado Mena. I'm the CEO of Safe Passages, also chairperson of the CRDP Cross-Population Sustainability Committee. I was also asked and participated in the think tank that advised the department on this particular work stream, the evidence-based practice and community-defined practice work stream for the CYBHI. And it does feel like we're a little blindsided here in terms of the movement of round 4 and round 5 to the OAC. That was not ever discussed in the context of the guidance and the discussions about the strategic funding plan for this work stream. That was also not presented in any of the public forums for public comment. And I think this investment is so important to the whole state of California, and particularly to organizations and communities where we will be serving the children and youth of California. So this transparency issue is incredibly important. And we were concerned when reviewing the packet because of the lack of transparency about the process that is being asked to be approved. The outline of the process does not include any detail about the selection process. It also does not include CDEPs under round 4 and round 5, and both rounds should include CDEPs. And there's no role articulated for the OAC in improving the final funding packages, which does seem appropriate given the public nature of this funding. And because as it currently stands, there's no details about the RFP process or about the way the grants will be managed after grants are awarded, there's no opportunity for the public to provide comment or guidance about this particular process. So I would also advocate that there is an opportunity for public comment and guidance about the RFPs as well as the grant management process after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Josefina.
Next we have the CCCULV admin. Your line is open.
Hi, again, my name is Concepcion James with United Latino Voices of Contra Costa County. I'm sure you're all aware that the majority of youth in our schools across California are Latino. And I am concerned that you have a bias here in terms of your programming, your technical assistance, the models that you are choosing to implement across California, and that there needs to be more sensitivity to cultural sensitivity and to community engagement. I'm sure Alcove is a good program, but I know of programs already in Contra Costa County that are in our schools that are led by community nonprofit groups that are having great success. So again, I think there needs to be more an openness to hear more from community nonprofits across the state in terms of their reaction to your plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sonia. Your line is open. You can go ahead.
Yes, hi there. I'm Sonia Young Adam. I am the CEO of the California Black Women's Health Project. Also, we are a member of are part of the California Reducing Disparities Project. And I come really in support of comments that have been made previously by Stacey Hiramoto with RIMCO, as well as colleagues from Safe Passages and perhaps even others who will speak concerning this, particularly around, the issue of transparency. I'm deeply concerned, I should say, that the administration of this process, I'd like to kind of know more directly what that means, because if it does mean everything from the selection of applicants, to all of the decisions made, about, how those grants will be handled. I would like to know that very clearly up front. I think, one of your, fellow commissioners, has made comments about, what we see when we have, grants or programs or contracts where there isn't deliberate and intentional language to address, disparities reduction, to address, marginalized populations and to address those things. And I am a member of it was the governor's behavioral health task force. Initially, I'm not even sure what we're calling it these days. But we have spent a great deal of time on this, $4 billion initiative. And at no point, as Josefina mentioned, was there any talk about potentially the OAC administering, those rounds 4 and 5. I'm worried about round 6 now. I'm actually beginning to wonder, where this can go from here. So I do ask that there just be, very strong consideration for the continued inclusion of community defined practices. When we don't see that listed, it is a cause for worry. And then Mr. Ewing mentioned, I think I need to, review more on this, but, this limiting factor, around the potential need for, even if it's a community defined practice, that it should effectively be one that can be paid for by, by billable services, after this term. And so, I'm very curious to see, if the commission has a role in selecting projects, then it makes me worry, like at an organization like mine that runs 3 CDEPs, that, would those CDEPs even ever qualify, for the commission standards. And we don't even exactly know what those are, but based on, past being prologue, it would make me wonder just a little bit. So thank you so much. I appreciate all that you all are doing. I have tremendous respect for you, but I really do hope that we can all work much more closely together, so that what is coming out is something that will serve our Black and Indigenous populations of color, and particularly those who are, dealing in our public school systems where they are not, being well cared for, and in many cases are being ill-served and harmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia.
Next, we have Laurel. Your line is open. You can go ahead.
Good morning. I'm still Laurel Ben Hamida from Mass Social Services and REMCO. Well, it's good to hear CDEPs being talked about, being funded at the OAC. I think that maybe some of the comments of colleagues that I definitely support just reflect that until we see it in print, that is in the materials for the meeting. It just doesn't seem real. But I think you'll find that we're very happy. We just want things to be done in a way that works the best for the people we're serving. And so I would just say that if you're going to be funding CDEPs, you're going to be funding small community-based organizations. And so I would look at the model of the Office of Health Equity's CRDP projects, where they had a lot of community input from small CBOs about how to craft the RFPs when they come out, so that the small organizations can actually succeed in filling them out. And so that is a role model to look at for sure. It's just very hard. Mass Social Services was one of those teeny tiny little organizations with just no capacity for grant writing, hardly. And it was a great help that we were involved in the process, and that it was a process that was developed so that we could succeed. The second question that I would have is, how will the staff swallow, so to speak, this large amount of money? Now, I believe it's over 4 years, 3 years. So that is another question to think about. And who will you hire who can work with the small community-based organizations that do have CDEPs and do need to move forward to have them as billable? That is really a road to sustainability. And it's kind of a scary road for small organizations. So those would be some of my thoughts about this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel.
We have Whole Systems. Your line is open.
Thank you. My name is Abelaye. I am the president of Whole Systems Learning, and we serve African American male youth primarily, which are tremendously underserved, those on probation, parole, foster, and former foster. And we are also part of the CRDP. And I have to tell you that I'm very discouraged today by what I'm hearing. And that is that CDEPs, where, as one of the previous speakers mentioned, the majority of the population in California are people of color, yet we don't really talk about disparities. And in talking about disparities, that also relates to disparate treatment. So here we have some rounds that are going to be administered by DCHS and then others by OAC. We don't know whether the same standards are going to be used in evaluating. And so now we have a situation where disparate treatment can be set up. When we hear that CDEPs are going to have to be able to become billable, it kind of defeats the purpose of CDEPs, because the entire Medi-Cal system or the billing system is set up that in a way that doesn't really allow the implementation of community-based services. And it is based on the clinical model, which has already been demonstrated to not serve the majority of the people in the state of California. And for the people to be put last like this, and for a standard, particularly in evidence-based practice that's never been normed on people of color, and to even point out one and kind of push the community-defined practices to the background, I think is not just a service to all of California, but it serves to increase the disparities that already exist instead of highlighting them. And again, I'm just going to close by saying the disparities are disparities and disparate treatment against the majority of the people and the children of California, and particularly the groups that are being non-served, underserved, and inappropriately served. These are the populations that we represent, and to increase that ill treatment of these populations is why I'm very discouraged today. And I hope that you will take into consideration that we work every day tirelessly. Well, not tirelessly, because I'm tired, to try to help our children. And then we come and find out that now, unless we have a clinical billing model that none of our children are ever going to be interested in, now that takes the front seat and we're in the back seat, or we're not even in the car at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
And then we have our last public comment. We have Steve, your line is open. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Steve McNally. I'm a family member. I live in Orange County. I feel blessed to have a son with schizophrenia, that all his relationships are restored. I try to give that gift to others. I am on an Orange County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. My comments will be my own. Listening to the comments, and my comment was primarily going to be to go back to what some of the commissioners had talked about, is to ensure that the money, I'm not sure what flexibility you have when you do your RFAs, but building in capacity where you require people to work in collaboratives across areas, and to look to leverage funds that exist that aren't being spent in this arena would be very helpful. And, Alex Briscoe is one of the few people I know that can explain the school funding, but I went to a lot of these different meetings, and what I found was the Department of Healthcare Services idea of presenting and breaking silos was to present the same information in silos. So one suggestion I would have is that you bring all the players together in one presentation when you try to roll this out, because once we know each other, we tend to like each other. And one thing that is missing in California, regardless of how much money we have, is we don't have trust anywhere. No one trusts anyone. And it makes it very hard to get things implemented. And also very few of the state agencies, and I'm very appreciative of a lot of the leadership that's taken on CalAIM and this project, but they don't empower us after the presentation, and they don't really ever talk about implementation. We're very far along to be spending this money, and people are very confused about how to spend it. The second thing I would say about ALCO, because it was brought up, it's beautiful, but it's expensive. And I've been trying, I went to Beach Cities when it opened up. I didn't have a chance. I missed Tom. They got the $1 million from the congressman. That's great. They have a different funding mechanism, but a lot of communities are not going to have the ability to fund that. And there are people who are funding the same exact model for services without the especially in smaller counties, without the expense of what Stanford put on it. And that's not a dig at Stanford, but it's like, if I'm a restaurant franchisee and I got to create a franchise that looks exactly the same, there's inherent expense in that. And I think if the dream was to take it around the country, it's going to be very hard to do it in California, much less around the country where they don't have the money. Of course, who knows? Maybe we won't have the money either after all the talk that's going on there. And then let me just finish, because I don't want to ramble. The ALCO thing's beautiful. I'm trying to get a lot of people connected to it, but it's still very, the people who have money don't know how to leverage their money in it. So I guess that's the final message I wanted to bring up, is there's so much money in so many places that we're losing economies of scale. And we need somebody to lead the leadership to ensure that all the money is connected to each other and there's some kind of shared outcomes that they are building upon each other. And get everyone in the room. And maybe some of the stuff talked about what they've done with some of the county Department of Eds, doing statewide learning. Just try, I would hope that we can build that into the models that get released. So
Thank
that,
you,
and we
Steve. Your
capture
time
it.
is up. Please wrap up.
Thank you very much.
Chair, that was the last comment.
Thank you. So are there any other additional questions or comments from commissioners? Give it all.
I have a question, please. Do you have to be eligible to bill Medi-Cal to receive this money?
I don't know the answer to that, Commissioner. I think I would, my bias is no, because Medi-Cal is not the only funding stream that's available to fund these services. But we would need to clarify the standards and expectations that the Department of Healthcare Services has put forward. Again, the commission is not being asked to establish the standards for what the funds can be used for. We've been asked to implement those standards through a competitive procurement process. And so the question really is, should DHCS implement this whole thing, including those programs like All-Cove and Coordinated Specialty Care, Youth-Driven, that we have developed some expertise in, or is the commission willing to do this work? But the criteria have been established by the Department of Healthcare Services. What's eligible, the eligibility standards would be the same, whether we do it or they do it. Those standards are supposed to be the same throughout all 6 phases. They're simply recognizing that we have some expertise in these 2 spaces, and the deadlines are starting to slip just because of capacity. And so they've asked us to not just administer the $42 million as originally negotiated with the legislature, which was in the budget, but to expand that 42 to an amount not to exceed 150 million. But we don't actually have the total dollar figure yet. And so what we've suggested to the chair would be to identify a commissioner who would sit with staff and review the rules and sign off on the proposal, the specifics. Because it's a competitive procurement, we cannot do that publicly. So that's the best answer I can give you.
Okay.
Is really clear, maybe. And I'm guessing it'll be different for different kinds of programs based on the sustainability challenge.
Did you have a comment?
I was just thinking, because I think the issue, I think the issue is more the transparency process. That's what I'm hearing as the theme here. I guess my question is, can we develop a transparency statement policy so that, the public can feel like we're not operating in secrecy? Because I think that's the issue here. It's not the actual implementation of the dollars or who's implementing them, or it's just that it kind of came up. And I totally agree with you and, have no reason to question the process, but I think it's the transparency that the public struggles with, at least on this issue today. So maybe that can be a fix for this and then going forward. Just a thought.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. The Department of Healthcare Services has been responsible for the public process up to this point. And I can't comment on whether or not that process has been sufficiently transparent. It is our practice to not only have this conversation in public and provide materials, which typically does not happen through another department because they're not under the same public vote rules. When we do an RF, any competitive procurement, we announce the anticipated winners. There's a protest process, right? There is a standard transparency process through a competitive procurement. After winners are selected, we also, all of our contracts, at the moment, we list all of the contracts and then make them available. We're still with our website working, we're not yet there, where the goal is that the actual contracts are online. That's a level of transparency that is above and beyond standard practice in government.
And the contracting process, I mean, truly, it's clear as day. I mean, we don't veer from that in any government agency. But I'm saying in terms of just issues like this that come up, like this presentation, unless I'm getting it wrong, I think that the question the public is asking is, where did this come from? We didn't know, so I'm just saying, as a matter of procedure for what we do all the time, because it's come up before. So I don't know, maybe a flyer or just something said, this is what our transparency looks like when we introduce topics or subjects or any issues with the public that come to the commission. I don't know. Commissioner Alvarez, help me.
No, I think to Commissioner Mitchell's point, there's two parties involved here, right? It's not the commission alone, the partnership with the Department of Healthcare Services. And I think it would have gone a long way to have the department here with us to demonstrate this move. That it wasn't them on OAC, it wasn't OAC taking it on. This was a discussion that we came together in order to leverage the capacity of OAC. We've done something right, that DHCS is trusting OAC to distribute these two important rounds of funding. That's amazing. That's awesome. Credit to the OAC team. But I think it would have been an important symbol to the public to have them here with us. And I think maybe we can explore that moving forward, Toby. If this is a joint effort, in the future, can we have DHCS representatives here with us so we can engage in this discussion together?
That's very well stated. Absolutely recognize that. And again, the original plan was 42. Yeah, and we've talked about that over the course of the last year and a half. And the legislature has been pushing the department and the commission. What is the status of that interagency agreement, that agreement, right? It has actually only been in the last couple of weeks that they said, actually, rather than the 42, we would ask you to do all of round 4 and all of round 5.
Which is great.
But and I completely agree. If it would have been, it would have been more productive if they sat here and explained that, because so many of the questions actually about the process that got to this point, which we were not responsible for.
And I want to be mindful. It's a lot on their part too, right? The CYBHI 4.7 billion is massive. So leveraging their partners with complete sense.
As opposed to you being in the hot seat, Toby.
Totally.
Might I ask that Commissioner Mitchell sit with me? Presentation.
Please, Commissioner Rowland.
And the chair, I just think, oh, sorry, go.
First, I want to say, again, I was trying to think about how to articulate it. And so, Vice Chair Alvarez, I completely endorse.
Eris, I was just wondering if I could, can I call you at 1?
Again, I want to endorse what you said. I appreciate that very much. And I also appreciate the transparent nature of this conversation. And so this is an operational consideration, and not knowing this, I'm not new, but I still feel relatively new as it pertains to my experience sometimes with the evaluation of RFQs is that as a provider of services in the community, I've been asked, given certain exclusions, I mean, I've been excluded from applying, I've been excluded from sharing information, I have to sign a confidentiality agreement, and then I get to evaluate those proposals. And so I would also ask the commission to consider those organizations that are very much invested in community defining practices or working with underserved and not very well served communities or BIPOC or LGBTQI communities to be involved in the evaluation process as part of
advancing what Commissioner Alvarez said, when appropriate and certainly within parameters.
Thank you. Commissioner.
I just wanted to say this, begs the need to comment on the fact that the governor has just recommended, that potentially the OAC become part of HHS and so I'm very sympathetic to everybody's comments because presumably all of this transparency would go away. And I think it highlights the importance of that announcement. And we hope that there was some confusion about what they were recommending and that that's not what they're actually suggesting. The fact that HHS has reached out and asked us to partner on this hopefully indicates that they see us as a valuable partner that provides exactly the services that the original structure was intended. So I just thought it was it's a big elephant in the room that was worth mentioning.
Absolutely. And this is good. I appreciate the conversation, I think. And to your point, Commissioner Rolette, I think we know different pieces from the different lens and the different groups that we represent in, working with government. I think when we think about who best knows the work, thinking about RFP and RFQ and when you say, being a part of the process, if you sign confidentiality and all those things, then coming from government, there's state employees who know their lens and the parts that they do, but then there's people who actually do the work who know the quality of work that our partners play. And I've done a lot of work with CDE, and when they have RFPs going out and they say, it'd be great if we had your lens in it because you know the work and you know what it truly looks like. And so, but then, that we have these policies versus policies and regulations. And so then, we were told that unless you're a state employee, you can't be involved at that level. So there's different pieces and understanding and lens and, to that point. So I appreciate you bringing that up because I don't know what are we allowed to do and not allowed to do. And then there's a whole other layer, us as commissioners and then partners and then community members and what does all that look like? But I think it's good to hear that, I think we need more conversation around this. And I think that that's something that we can add to our conversations when we talk about strategic planning, because I think it is bigger than just, in this room, but I appreciate you bringing that up. And I think to move this forward, as I look at the documents that are put out by the DHCS and I see, the words, the CDEPs and the EBPs and everything that's guided there, and yet we're being asked the questions here and we didn't get to form how the process went. And yet, these are important questions. So what I would like to propose is that, this is timely. We do have time to get this done. It is important work. I think we all agree that we value the work, but to honor the questions and to honor, the transparency and the question of the transparency, I would like to ask Commissioner Alvarez if you would work with staff along this process and make sure that all the concerns are being addressed, everything that we've heard today, just making sure that we're working along with and addressing those things that were questioned so that, we're looking to that and making sure staff aren't, not that they aren't, but that we're really addressing all those concerns that have been coming. If you would.
I will, that's a tall order.
You don't have to work on that. It's good.
I will be happy to work with the team, absolutely. Yeah.
I appreciate that. And so if
And
we
bring it back to the commission.
absolutely.
And in that process, can there be something developed as a policy or practice statement that whereby the public can be assured that we do operate in transparency so that they don't have to question the commission's integrity? Because I believe the act says, that we act in transparency, but we have to earn that too. And so our actions.
So I don't know. I mean, I guess this is where I really work towards process and what would a process look like versus a statement?
It may not, there may not be one over the other, may not be necessary, or I can't say one over the other is better, but I think that the recognition of building that trust is tantamount. I think that's just real important.
So, to clarify, and correct me if I get this wrong, Tom or Jeff. Through the appeals, so when the commission makes a decision about an award, all of those materials automatically get made public. Support the appeal process. So everybody can see everything that was submitted, what the rubric was and what the scoring was. And that all of that information is available to an applicant who did not prevail, to use to challenge the determination of who did win. So there is that transparency built into the process. What we cannot do is make those terms public before that process starts, so that organizations that are interested in applying can't introduce bias towards that process.
So maybe I'm oversimplifying my thought, but I think that honesty, integrity, transparency, all those things, we all value them. And so I just think it's important to let the public know in a statement that that's how we operate. And we, by way of what we do and the way we communicate with our stakeholders, that we live by that, that we uphold that. And I think there's no harm in making that a statement. I'm not questioning the process of RFPs. I'm not questioning the process. I'm saying it's important that we say who we are, what we do, and this is how we do it.
Might we do that through the strategic planning process?
Whatever way works.
So that it's elevated.
Part of our mission.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that would be wonderful.
That's all. I mean, I don't want to make it complicated. It's just, it's important to me.
Stated. Please.
Yeah, I'm a fear of sounding redundant, but here I go. In the development of an RFQ or an RFA, to solicit the input of the community or stakeholders, there are unique challenges there. But I think that in the way of promoting transparency, there are unique opportunities. So I want to again endorse that even in the development of an RFQ, that we talk about the inclusion of stakeholders and how we are maybe much better than the department at doing that. And that's why they should pick us for a lot of their work, because we do a very good job and we can demonstrate that at including stakeholder input at the front end, at the development of, now I am repeating, an RFQ. And I do think that therein lies one of the optics that we can address, and that also I think helps the CEO or the executive director of the commission. It helps you, Toby.
And the chair has asked us to actually put together a presentation on world-class community engagement in order to frame that out. And we're hoping that we can do that and as soon as April. Now, there's a lot to do in April, especially with this new announcement. So schedules may need to adjust, but absolutely, we want to be guided by best practice in that space.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for this conversation. I see everyone online, so I will ask for a motion. The motion that the commission directs staff to administer the grants for rounds 4 and 5 of the CYBHI, consistent with the interagency agreement between the commission and the Department of Healthcare Services, along with Commissioner Alvarez working alongside the staff to ensure that we are addressing community comments.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell, and second by Commissioner Carnavale. Please take roll, Jeff.
Commissioner Bontrager,
Abstain.
Commissioner Boyd, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Bunch,
Aye.
Commissioner Carnavale,
Aye.
Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Chambers,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Cortese, Commissioner Danovich,
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rolette,
Aye.
Commissioner Tamplin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Alvarez,
Aye.
Chair Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We will now take a 30-minute break for lunch. So we will see you back here at
And after one.
10 after 1. Thank you. 10 after 1.
Are you buying? Sure. No, I'm kidding.
Lunch is here. 30 minutes back in the room.
Now, Commissioner Carnavale is.
Okay.
No,
Well, yes.
problem.
Okay. All right. We are back on, a little delayed, but here we are. So we are going to move on to agenda item number 9, the prevention and early intervention report and priorities discussion. As a reminder, during our February meeting, the draft report, Well and Thriving, was presented to the commission for their consideration of adoption. As part of that discussion, some commissioners and advocates spoke in favor of the commission adopting 2 new PEI priorities, one concerning transition-age youth and one concerning community-defined evidence-based practices. Unfortunately, the commission was unable to vote to adopt the PEI report or any other matters related to PEI before the February meeting concluded. Today, we will pick up where we left off. To ensure we make the best use of this time, I want to focus on 4 things to accomplish before we leave today. First, I want to adopt the PEI report. Secondly, I want to continue our discussion on adopting new priorities. As part of that, I want to clarify what it means to adopt new priorities and how we would do that. And last, before this meeting ends, I want the commission to come to a decision about adopting those new priorities. To get started, I would like to welcome back Kaylee Patterson, who led this work for our staff, to walk us through a brief history and goals of this project and the report we have in front of us. Please go ahead, Kaylee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, my name is Kaylee Patterson. My pronouns are she, hers. Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to be here today and present the Prevention Early Intervention Report. For the request of the chair, before we move into the actual report, I just want to spend a couple minutes giving some context and some history around from the report and the project. So as most of us are aware, the MHSA represents a rare instance in public mental health funding, and it's 19% of the funding dedicated to prevention and early intervention initiatives in counties. County behavioral health departments. Oh, can you, next slide, please. There we go. So broadly, county behavioral health departments use these funds to deliver a variety of programs and services in these main categories. So there's prevention, early intervention, outreach to increase recognition of signs and symptoms of mental health challenges, strategies to increase access and linkage to care, stigma and discrimination reduction. And in addition to these categories, 51% of PEI funds are dedicated specifically to children and youth under the age of 25. So I think a couple people have mentioned this today, mental health historically has not been really in the business of prevention, not like other areas of public health that we see. And so when the MHSA PEI component was originally created, a lot of counties didn't necessarily have the infrastructure, the staff, or the resources to implement prevention or intervention programs effectively. And so in 2018, California passed Senate Bill 1004 as a way to start to strengthen the use of these PEI dollars locally. One of the goals of the bill was to bring more focus to the use of PEI funds. And it did this by identifying 5 priority areas for counties to use to help guide the use of those funds locally. To support implementation of the bill, the SB 1004 directed the commission to establish those priorities. And part of that includes developing a strategy for technical assistance, data monitoring, and evaluation of statewide PEI. The bill also was intended to guide, not necessarily dictate, the way counties use PEI funds. And it really tried to be mindful of this tension of whether or not prioritization should happen at the state or it should be happening in counties, by people who are closer to the problem because they're often closer to the solution. So the bill allows counties, because of this reason, to identify their own priorities in addition to those or in lieu of those identified in the bill. So there's a lot of flexibility even within the statutes of SB 1004 and those priority areas. The authors also recognize that priorities can and should evolve over time as mental health needs evolve, disparities change. As we saw with the COVID-19 pandemic, we had very acute priorities during that time that we're still grappling with now. And so to kind of allow that, nimble characteristic of prioritization, it allowed, it gave the commission authorization to identify new priorities in the future. But however, doing so is not necessarily a requirement. Can you go to the next slide, please? So in response to Senate Bill 1004 and the directives of the commission around priorities, the commission formed a prevention and early intervention subcommittee in 2019, led by Chair Madrigal-Weiss and Vice Chair Alvarez. They began a robust initiative to explore these opportunities for prevention and early intervention. And over the course of several years, this included hundreds of hours engaging Californians from every corner of the state, including people from some of our most marginalized communities and those who are underserved. I'm hearing some.
Oh, we're
Okay.
working on it.
Okay. And while we weren't, actively engaging with members of our communities, we spent hours, hundreds of hours, really deep in the literature and the research, interviewing subject matter experts in mental health and adjacent fields. We learned from models all over the world and what prevention and early intervention in mental health should look like. And so this process did not necessarily identify any new priorities. But what it did shed light on is really that mental health needs in California, as we've all been talking about, we're in a mental health crisis, as some would say. They're huge and they're growing, and they're also diverse. Every county, every community has their own sort of needs based on, either disparities in resources or just unique challenges that they have, whether they're in a rural county or in a large urban area. There's just, California is diverse, and so mental health needs are equally diverse, as are opportunities for prevention and early intervention. So how do we pick what to prioritize when they're just, it's so broad? And as I said, it also changes. One of the kind of big takeaways right away was that California didn't yet have a framework to drive those decisions. In the public health arena, we have very clear understanding of how we use a combination of primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention to drive this really robust public health approach to the way we address physical health. It's the way we've reduced, cigarette smoking. We've addressed COVID that way. We know it works. I'm not saying we do it perfectly all the time, but we have a model. We don't have that in mental health yet. And so we really took this as an opportunity to start to shape what that framework might look like. And it might support the commission going forward as it chooses to identify or adopt new priorities. And so you can go ahead to the next slide, please. That framework is represented in 4 findings and recommendations that came out of this process. So, our finding and recommendation 1 it's really focused on foundation. What do we need to do first to set up a statewide prevention and early intervention approach? Excuse me. So as I said before, we learned, in the data and by talking to people in communities, consistently that not only are mental health needs vast, disparities exist, and these disparities are being driven by really deeply embedded economic, social, and structural factors that are impacting the places we live, work, play, learn, age, and receive care. And that until we start to really target these really systemic, really broad challenges, we can only do so much with our limited funding and with a program. Our local behavioral health departments and our partners in the mental health system certainly play a role, but it's unreasonable and ineffective to assume that they should be doing it alone. I've heard so many times today about this need for collaboration and this kind of cross-sector work, as we saw with the MHSSA example in our site visit yesterday, just how much more we can do when we work together. 10 years ago, or when I was in school, mental health and school was never talked about in the same sentence. And now we're realizing that it is actually a critical best practice. We just adopted our workplace mental health report, recognizing the role that, employers play in promoting our well-being. What about all these other areas that impact the social determinants of health? What if we were having these conversations with land use planning, with transportation, with anything that impacts our basic, the basic needs that we like, that come first, that we need to have mental wellness and physical wellness. We are moving in the right direction, but there's a lot of opportunity here when we start thinking about how we can really leverage these partnerships across systems at the state and locally to really drive broader and longer lasting change. So as a first step, the subcommittee recommends that the state designate a leader at the state level to drive a statewide prevention approach, to develop a strategy that leverages these voices, the voices of communities and our partners across systems, and starts to kind of unite the work that we do towards these common goals for well-being. You can go to the next slide, please. So finding two kind of builds on this, but it starts to bring a sharper focus to what these factors are that are really driving mental health risk in California. So prevention is really a lot of it is about either preventing risk or mitigating risk. As I said, California is diverse, mental health needs are diverse. A lot of what we call risk factors are also very different, but there are certain core factors that are shared in every community, regardless of your age, regardless of your background, that we are very acutely vulnerable to. And this really comes down to things like basic needs, housing, trauma and violence in your community, poverty. These things not only are stressful, they impact people on a cellular level. And you were talking about neuroscience earlier. That is neuroscience. And that carries over into generations. We know this. These are very just fundamental needs that we can't ignore as we talk about, a statewide approach to prevention. So, at the same time, we also know what is effective in terms of promoting resiliency. We know that having people in our lives that are supportive, it makes us resilient. We know that having a connection to one's culture, having the freedom to practice, the healing and health practices that you want to practice is protective. And also, you know, the structure of our physical environment can also be really important. So while we're trying to reduce risk, we also need to figure out how we can really enhance those protective factors in our communities, in our homes, and all aspects of life. So as recommendation 2, the subcommittee urges the state to focus its strategy of, for prevention and early intervention on directly addressing these core drivers of mental health risks statewide, and enhance resiliency, focusing on, you know, opportunities to enhance economic opportunity, fostering a sense of culture and belonging, mitigating the impacts even of environmental threats such as wildfires, and other acute traumas that we share in communities, and really starting to build out our culture of people who support others. So parents, caregivers, and especially caregivers of people as they age, which is a critical need. You can go to the next slide, please. So finding 3 is really focused on awareness. So once we have our basic needs met, we're addressing risk factors. There's still this critical kind of, you know, stigma remains a major barrier, and a lack of awareness too. So really focusing on how can we start to, you know, and again, we saw this in our site visit yesterday at the school, how, you know, we're changing the culture of schools so that, you know, mental health literacy is just sort of embedded in all of the you know, in the climate of, in the school climate. So how can we start to do that in the workplace? How can we do that, you know, in our media? And so, you know, doing so not only supports people in their ability to maybe support their own mental health needs, but also can be really critical in identifying and supporting the needs of someone that they care for. So really building out awareness and reducing stigma. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So finally, finding 4 kind of moves into what we call tertiary prevention. So recognizing that, you know, in addition to these really broad upstream approaches where we want to prevent risk at its source, prevention is equally important for people who have a diagnosis. We know that you can live a normal or a fulfilling, happy, high quality of life if you have the right support, and having a mental health diagnosis should not prevent that. We also know that doing so as early as possible is the best practice. And we also know that doing it in the places and in the languages and through the practices that work best for an individual, so really tailored approaches are also really critical to enhancing outcomes. And so the subcommittee recommends that the state consider, as it works to strengthen its mental health care system, that it starts to really enhance our capacity to deliver really effective, really timely care. And screening is a big part of that as well. So screening for children, we talked about that earlier too, screening in schools, screening in healthcare, but you know, screening for somebody who's newly retired, perhaps, at any of these critical stages in life where we know that where there's enhanced risk, really promoting universal screening for people when we know that they might need some support.
Thank you so much. I'm going to stop you just for the sake of time right there. And you've done a fabulous job. And we kind of discussed this last time. And I was trying to do catch up for the commissioners that weren't here, but I think we have, okay, there. And we have, so please, thank you so much for all you've done. At this time, I would like to invite questions or comments from commissioners. And I just want to ask that you focus on the report, and then we will get to the priorities. So do you have any questions or comments regarding the report itself? Remember, we have time dedicated to discuss the priorities after this. So are there any questions or comments regarding the report?
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
It's so good.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. And any on, I don't see any online, right? Mariani, you do?
One in the room.
No.
Oh,
this
no,
is from
commissioners, no.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So if there are no further comments from commissioners, we will now have public comment on the report. So as a reminder, we're just taking the comments about the report itself. There will be ample time for us to discuss public comments on the adoption of the priorities. The quicker we can conclude this piece of the agenda item, the more time we will have for discussion. So thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Members of the public may request to make public comments on the agenda item 8 by clicking the raise button on your computer or on the app. Once the public comment period for this agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue. So please make your request to comment now. I'm going to ask that we limit your comments to 2 minutes or less. Are there any public comments in the room? There are one. Thank you, Stacy, please. If you'd like to come up, and then Mariani, please track for online. We're going to open the queue now, and then we will close the queue. So please, Stacy, go ahead.
This is Stacy Haramoto, run for the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition, and it was a good report, but I do have some issues with the characterization of SB 1004. The community did not view the introduction of 1004 quite in the way, and again, it's fine to agree to disagree. I think there was a framework for PEI, and actually it arose from this commission. The commission, when it was first formed about a year after, developed a committee. It was a wonderful committee. It had people, commissioners, 2 commissioners, and people from the community that represented all kinds of communities. It was frankly a really knockdown, passionate battle between the children's groups, the older adult groups, the consumers, everybody. They came to an agreement on the PEI guidelines. And again, does anybody think they were perfect? No, but it was something that everybody agreed to. And it was in the counties, again, counties were there too. I think what happened was I heard different things. You know, there's only so much PEI money, and that's why it is important for the community and the county to work together. What I heard was SB 1004 was introduced because people were frustrated that there were so many different things they couldn't really measure it, right? Because the counties were spending PEI money on different things, as they should, because there's only 20% and it's not that much. So again, with no consultation with the counties, SB 1004 first started out with 3 priorities only, the first 3. And then it was only through very vigorous lobbying that the older adults were able to get that priority in. And then for our communities, they put that language about the culturally and linguistically competent programs, which while we appreciate that, it's so broad, it's meaningless. But anyway,
Thank you, Stacy. Your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you.
Casey, can I ask, did you submit those written comments for us to consider?
No, didn't have time. Was busy getting this letter ready for the next part. I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Stacy. Could I ask? I see Allison. Mariani, are you?
Yes, Allison, your line's unmuted. You can go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello. I'm here because Mary Ann Bernard is traveling and could not be here. She is a lawyer who has a history with the interpretation of the Mental Health Services Act. She says the following. She says the commission needs to remedy an embarrassing oversight in the Well and Thriving report. While it defines relapse prevention as tertiary prevention at page 3, it otherwise ignores both the concept and a legal mandate and MHSA for relapse prevention and early intervention programs for individuals who already have severe mental illness. The legal requirement is in the last clause of section 5840C, the heart of the PEI provisions, which says PEI shall also include components similar to programs that have been successful in reducing the duration of untreated severe mental illnesses and assisting people in quickly regaining productive lives. Ms. Bernard suggests listing the legal requirement for relapse prevention programs as an opportunity spotlight under the report's finding 4, perhaps after the discussion of limited services at page 57. You should include examples of successful relapse prevention programs, such as those similar to the Mentally Ill Offender Crime Reduction Grant Program, mandated by the voters in section 5813F, but ignored by most counties, despite successes documented by CDCR. Good supportive housing programs that help the most severely ill stay stable, step-down facilities for those spilling out of 24-hour crisis sites, jails, and hospitals without being fully stabilized. Please note that locked facilities are authorized to receive MHSA funding by section 5847B5 and for AOT or Laura's Law, which is a proven and cost-effective early intervention for SMI people with recent histories of violence or dangerousness before they become dangerous again.
Thank you, Allison. Your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you, Allison. Please note, we also did receive that letter from Marianne. Thank you for your comments.
That was our last comment.
Thank you, Mariani. Now that public comment has concluded at this time, I would entertain a motion that the commission adopt the PEI draft report. Commissioner Carnavale, and do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Champlin. We have a motion and a second to adopt the PEI draft report. Are there any additional questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing none here in the room, are there any in the Zoom?
On Zoom.
Thank you. I would ask then, Jeff, if you would please take the roll.
Commissioner Bontrager,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyd, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Bunch, Commissioner Carnavale.
Aye.
Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Chambers,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Cortese, Commissioner Danovich, Commissioner Gordon,
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rolette. Aye. Commissioner Tamplin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Alvarez,
Aye.
Chair Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Can I say aye as well? I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute. This is Commissioner Bunch.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. Very happy. All right. Thank you, Jeff. Excellent job, Caleb. We will now move to the second part of the agenda item focused on the adoption of new priorities. As has been shared, many in the community are asking the commission to establish new priorities for PEI. Specifically, community members have suggested that we emphasize support for transition age youth who are not in college. The existing language adopted by the legislature and governor says, youth outreach and engagement strategies that target secondary school and transition age youth with a priority on partnership with college mental health programs. Community leaders also have suggested we add language to highlight community-defined evidence-based practices as programs that should be funded under PEI. In order for us to have a meaningful discussion, I would like to understand what adopting new priorities means within the statutes of the law and what the process looks like. So I'd like to ask Chief Counsel Jeff to walk us through those two questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As was discussed here previously and presented by Kaylee Patterson a few minutes ago, Welfare and Institution Code, section 5840.7A pursuant to SB 1004 says that the legislature or the law has established 5 specific priorities and has allowed the commission to adopt additional priorities. And in that regard, the law also states, because typically if we are going to adopt additional priorities or other rules under the law, we would have to promulgate those as regulations. It's a robust process. It involves community participation. And I have many, many years of experience promulgating regulations, and a regulation like this would probably take 2 to 3 years to accomplish. The law, however, also provides a specific exemption here and says that in lieu of regulations, the commission can use an informational notice to indicate that it has adopted additional priorities. The commission in January of 2020 did such informational notice and notified the entire community about the 5 priorities already established in statute, and indicated at that time it had not adopted any additional priorities. So if this commission were to adopt additional priorities, it would have to engage in a process of putting those out in some way, which means it could choose to go through the regulatory process, even though it doesn't have to, or it could use an informational notice and communicate the adoption that way. So from a procedural perspective, this means that depending upon what happens here today, one of the options is to direct staff to specifically issue such a notice. And so as part of your discussion, you may want to include thoughts about how the process would actually unfold. Do you want regulations? Do you want an informational notice? Do you want staff to have some discretion in developing that informational notice? Or do you want to try to craft it here today amongst a group? So I hope that helps, Madam Chair, in terms of explain the process of where we would go from here once you have your discussion about additional priorities.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd just like to open it up for discussion.
I have a question. So the regulatory process, I understand that's 2 years and the whole iteration of community engagement, public comment notices. So how long does the information notice? What's the timeline on an information notice?
There's no timeline whatsoever. The timeline would be dictated by how clear the priorities that are adopted are, and therefore, and the direction that staff's given in terms of whether or not it has enough information to just put that notice out, or whether it needs to take the information as it understands from what happens today and then bring the notice back to you all. So the only real question in terms of timing is whether or not it can merely be issued based on what happens today, or if it needs to come back for some reason.
So it doesn't have to travel through the department, doesn't have to go over to DHS, it doesn't have to go to OAL, none of that?
Correct. There is actually an express exemption. You are correct, Commissioner. Under normal circumstances, the law would in fact require, if we were to do something like this, to go through an extensive regulatory process. However, the legislature and the governor have specifically exempted the commission in this regard and said we can use informational notices with respect to this until such time as the commission adopts regs. Once regs are adopted, I don't think we would have the opportunity to ever use a notice again. If we wanted to adopt additional priorities or change them, we might have to then go through another regulatory process.
I think that's a grand opportunity to get some work done. I mean, to get the process or these additional priorities. I think it's great. I was totally unfamiliar with informational notices. I know the county issues, the ACLs, but I didn't know we had that process. So that's great.
Yeah, it is. Is it, so can we then, so continuing the conversation that we had last month that I thought was very productive, and at least for the commissioners that were present, we're on board with adding the language around prioritizing all transition age youth, not just those in college, and then adding language that prioritizes community-defined evidence practices. You want us to move now that we use an informational notice to augment the existing priorities with language supporting all transition age youth and community-defined evidence-based practices through editing the or through
We couldn't-
supplementing the existing.
We had to create new, not augment.
Correct.
We couldn't just augment the existing, we had to create new is what we talked about last time. And my only question, because totally agree, and I can't say this enough, I've never disagreed about it. My question is, if we do this now, so we can do it quickly, right, kick it out there, do we just put it out and tell staff, create it? Then do we have to come back and vote on it? Or do we just say, staff, go create it, and make it happen? At which point we get into the transparency issue. Do we trust staff to do it? Or do we need to come back and look at it? And then that's one. My next question then is, as we go into strategic planning, and we look at everything that we're supposed to look at, what if there's additional priorities? How many times do we get to create an informational notice and identify new priorities? We talk about the things that have been identified, right? Like the homelessness issue or the fentanyl crisis. Like, is this like the only time we get to ever identify? That's kind of like, so that's a question. Is that like, is this where we stop, or what if there's other? That's just a question. I'm just pondering that question. Not to say that I agree with these two. What is the language going to look like as we add two new? But what if come our strategic planning, we start to identify new things? Is this it? We never get to modify this again? And then what is the process to that? And I'm having a conversation with you all because I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, my reaction is, first of all, we've decided to enter another strategic planning process precisely to look at all of our priorities.
Mhm.
So so that's one point. My other point, separate from that, it kind of goes back to the last meeting. And my recollection of it was we were not talking about it as a new priority. In my mind, at least, I was thinking of this as clarifying language to it, to say that we are, in fact, as a body, we are representing all citizens of California and not some subgroup of that. And I was fully in favor of that. I was not thinking about it as changing our priorities. So I'm a little lost. Now we've sort of reframed it this way, which is sounds like has come out of the trying to figure out what we're really doing here legally. And when you put it in that perspective, now my thinking is starting all over again. It's like, okay, if we're really establishing, well, in the sense that if we're establishing new priorities, and doesn't that really need to go into the strategic plan? That's the whole point of the strategic plan.
I think it was a language thing. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
It was a
Yeah, yeah.
language
I
thing.
think it's
Yeah.
semantics here.
Mhm.
The 2 points are really clarifications of existing priorities already outlined in SB 1004. One being cultural and linguistic appropriateness, right? So it's just refining that language to include steps. And the other is transition age youth, refining it to say all transition age youth, not just those in college.
So you're saying it doesn't establish. any
Exactly,
priority.
but legally, we have to create new
Right.
priorities. So, I mean, it's not establishing new priorities, but by listing them out as number 7 and 8, it is. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and I appreciate, Commissioner, you're trying to thread that needle. And I think we see what you're trying to do. But from a legal perspective, the law specifically states these are the 5 priorities. The commission has the discretion to add additional priorities. So in trying to reshape existing priorities, the way you have to do it is establish new priorities.
And to clarify, pardon me if I may, during the legislative process, we pointed out that it is not necessarily a robust idea to establish priorities in statute. recognizing that priorities may shift, particularly around behavioral health, right? We would not have put trauma associated with the pandemic because nobody would have thought, right? And so the language around adding additional priorities was really to recognize that over time, our learning would change, our understanding of impacts. Nobody would have said trauma 40 years ago. And so it was really designed to create a living body of priorities as the world evolves and our knowledge evolves. And so we are in this little conundrum between, we're not authorized to modify or reject the legislature's priorities. So it would have to be, we're only allowed to establish new ones.
So
Lots of questions here.
can you repeat priorities, the 5, and add?
Yeah. And there's, Toby, correct me if I'm wrong, there's nothing that says we can only do this informational notice once.
Correct.
So like after our strategic planning process, if we identify new ones, we can come back and say, and we have new priorities for them, a new informational note, correct? Yes?
Yes, and what is left unclarified is in identifying new priorities, can we remove priorities that the commission had established at an earlier date? So in the context of the spirit of our knowledge has shifted, right? And so we want to redirect attention. It doesn't say modify and eliminate, right? And so the law is quirky and it's full of tensions and it's just a part of the policy-making process that, life isn't clean like that, right? So it is designed over time that you could have 40 or 50 priorities, right? So as staff, what we're really interested in is, what are your priorities, right? Clearly, there's a tremendous level of support for what the community is saying. It's important to recognize that SB 1004 also requires the commission to develop a technical assistance strategy for those priorities and a monitoring strategy for those priorities. And because these priorities are discretionary, meaning they're optional for the counties, and there are 7 PEI priorities that are not discretionary, and we have not been able to develop a monitoring system for those 7. We're getting there. We are, as today, one of those priorities is reduce school failure. We just authorized funding for technical assistance to reduce school failure. Per Mr. Rollette's admonition here, I want to see movement on the outcome, not just the spending, right? We're doing that work on criminal justice, one of the 7. We have not been doing that work on child welfare involvement. Suicide, we've been doing that work, clearly. Housing, governor's priority, right? There are 7 existing priorities. So from our perspective, what we really want from you is clarity on expectations around priorities and what it means in terms of the operational work that we do on your behalf.
So.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Commissioner Roulette.
So I appreciate this a little bit differently. And maybe I'm being a bit naive, but the strategic planning process I view as separate from this and distinct. And that there will be a strategic planning process and that there are a number of components to that process that may include another informational notice during that process. That's separate from me. My priority today is the 2 additional priorities, and the need to have an informational notice that would allow us to advance those 2 additional priorities. That's what I see my task as today.
Yes,
And so that's where I am.
I appreciate that. And I needed to understand where it all comes together. Right. And so as I think about this, just learning about the notice and how many times can we do it and not do it and right, because we're in this beyond this conversation. So it's just having me understand, is this a one time, how does that work? So, between just learning about the notices and the historical piece too. I don't think I realized the January 2022 that we gave the direction. I think it was until Stacy had made a comment that we actually did, and we put it out and said there was no further. So it's just kind of piecing it all together. So I appreciate that and agree with you. Please, Commissioner.
So then I'm trying to clarify, because we had this long conversation last time that I think we were all in general agreement. We were thinking we were cleaning up language that we all thought already said that, but we're cleaning it up to do that. But now if we're establishing a new priority because we have to legally, how does that read and what does that mean? Is where I'm lost now.
I think my understanding is that the only way to clean it up is to create new. But the two new is.
Why two of them? I lost it.
Well, and can you also clarify, because the last time we were actually in the middle of a vote, or we should have been.
The vote was never.
Well, we should have voted on it with the language that we had last time. So were we just going to essentially be voting incorrectly at the last meeting?
Well, the vote was never established, so we never actually created a vote. We were still mid-discussion.
Okay.
So this is where we're cleaning it up so we can have the right vote, and we do this right once.
Because it could just be me, but it sounds much more confusing than it did at the end of our last meeting.
It is.
No, I think we were kind of in the wrong direction at the last meeting, so we're getting this right now. Yeah, if you, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we were drafting a motion on the fly during the last meeting to try to accomplish what it appeared to be the will of the group, but that was not quite finalized. And once we realized that there was no quorum to vote, we didn't really finalize that process. It doesn't take anything away from the conversation that was had and the understanding that I think, at least my understanding of what you all were expressing in terms of a desire last month, but we did not quite put a motion on the table that encapsulated the two additional priorities. We're prepared to help with that, but it hasn't quite been done. Or we didn't get quite as far as I think you asked about in your question.
Thank you.
Can you, again, the two priorities? I thought it was one.
Okay, I'm gonna attempt a motion.
Oh, because they got.
Okay, I move to add 2 new PEI priorities through use of an informational notice that read as follows. 1, youth outreach and engagement strategies for transition age youth not in college. 2, culturally defined evidence practices.
Well, those don't sound like standalone though, if they're.
They're awkwardly are. I tried to use the same format as the penultimate.
So I have enough information there to put forth a formal motion in that regard. And so it's just a question of, do we leave it at that, or is there anything that you want to discuss about those motions, about whether you want to include anything else in the motion in terms of qualifying of any kind, or do you just want it to be a reference to transitional age youth not in college and CDEPs?
That was my motion.
I can work with that.
Can I ask a
Please. Is there discussion around what is the form, the method of communication?
Information.
The informational notice.
Informational notice.
Information notice.
Staff puts out.
So one of the things that we would like clarification on is if you'd like to see that and have that publicly reviewed and voted on in writing at the next meeting.
No.
So we're not voting on it.
No, so well, the question is, so it's the information notice itself that establishes the priorities, right? And so if you, so Vice Chair Alvarez has forwarded a motion that has very specific language, right? Part of the challenge that we saw, Kaylee working through this process and engaging the community is, really about emphasizing strategies to reduce disparities. Right, and so we weren't sure if you had the very specific language that you wanted and you were ready to go, then this is really easy. You tell us that language, we put an information notice, we send it out. But if you wanted to have a conversation about the goals of that and having some broader language around reducing disparities, prioritizing X, Y, and Z, then that would be a little more complicated and we would feel more comfortable if the actual words that were written. So we just, as staff, Commissioner Rolette, the other thing is you said, how do we advance those two priorities? That opens another door for me is I want to know, what does that mean? Because issuing the notice is signals to the counties that they should, they're not required to, pursue these additional priorities. Advancing those things is an operational question that, as your staff, I would want to understand what your intention is. If you have an intention beyond the information notice, it may just be the first step is to just get the information notice out. That makes sense?
Yes.
So what I heard very clearly is the vice chair has said, here's the language, here's the format, staff go do it. That's a real simple vote.
That is the first step. I agree.
So just to clarify again, so what I heard was, once you set these as priorities, you can't change them, you can only add to them. So how do we know if, so I appreciate you're trying to move it quickly, which I love. But if we aren't sure that that's the exact right language, now we're stuck with it, if you will. So I just, how do we make sure, are these as you've defined them, are they vetted to a point where we're confident that they make sense and we're not gonna be sorry that we did that later on? I guess that's sort of my dilemma.
I think a lot of it has to do with it is listening to what the community has said. These words are gonna make game changers in our counties. So I think it is the first step. Following up, we will have to continue to work with our communities to see that that's actually making a difference. So I think in that way, this is a way of showing that we are intending to and wanting to work collaboratively with our community. So if this is what this is this is a way to do that. So if this is what's come over, I think in working with this project and leading this project, and I've mentioned this before, for me, it's process. For me, you don't write something that you're not prepared to measure, look at, create the systems for. And having said that, if this is timely and this is right, and this is what's being said over and over, then let's do it and let's get this done. And then we'll work out process along the way.
And you're confident this is good language to accomplish that?
I'm confident that when we have language, and I don't think that SB 1004 was written very strongly in the first place, if I can say that publicly. So then let's do what we need to do and then work together to make it strong. So that's just what we have to do. And I think it's a good faith action to do it. So at this point, and yes, it's easy words, but I want to follow up with the truth. I think it's a brilliant report. I think we have everything we need to do to do it right. And now we just have to work closer to continue to work with the community to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So I think it's time and hold each other accountable to the good stuff.
Well, if it doesn't already have a second, I'll second that.
Oh, so did we get it right? And
I will share what I think properly reflects what what Vice Chair Alvarez said. Let me pull up the correct language that I think.
You want to do it again? Would you just want to repeat?
Now I'm seeing like 7 different versions of a motion.
No, no,
but-
no, you.
Okay, I'm just saying, I move to augment the PEI priorities by adding 2 new priorities that will read as follows. Find evidence practices. And youth outreach and engagement strategies for transition age youth. Not in college. You want me to say the welfare code part?
Well, how about, I think, would you like me to read? I think I have something here that encapsulates exactly what you asked for. That brings in the direction that was discussed after you made the initial motion in terms of the commissioner and the informational notice. And it's on the screen, so everyone can see it, including the public. The motion would be that the commission directs staff to prepare an informational notice pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code Section 5840.8, indicating that the commission has adopted additional priorities regarding transition age youth and community-defined evidence practices pursuant to Welfare and Institution Code 5840.7A6.
I would just add not in college.
Yes.
Not in college.
Transition age youth.
I can do that on the fly. Not enrolled in college,
Not in college.
in college. Okay.
That's Vice Chair Alvarez poses the motion. Commissioner Carnavale, second.
Yes. Second.
Public comments. I'm gonna ask we limit to 2 minutes. Oh, wait, yes, please. And we'll start with the room and then we will go to Zoom. So. Hey, Stacy.
A lot of exercise today.
Thank you. I think the language is fine. I would just hope that there is good faith and that this informational notice does not take months and months because it's very simple. Nobody, by the way, somebody mentioned that the public was made aware. The public was not made aware that the last information notice was sent out, and many of the counties were not even aware. I'm sure they got it, but they were not aware. But we will make sure that they are aware when it goes out. And I urge the commission, there is nobody that I know of, unless it's on the commission or the staff, that opposes this motion. The counties support it. The providers support it. The consumers support it. Again, with so many people from underserved communities, and Commissioner Carnavale, I want to assure you that we're not trying to leave anybody out. We're just trying to get services in this component that are going to help reduce disparities. We're not trying to leave anybody out or designate special populations. We're just trying to, again, reduce disparities and get programs that will everybody in California enjoy. And again, I hope that you respect. I did not ask people to come to this meeting because I felt that the commission would be good faith and listen and remember what the over 25 people last commission meeting testified to. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Mariani?
In the room, we have 3 comments. The last one is Laurel. First, we have Josefina. Your line is open. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank the commission's support for these 2 recommendations. As you all know, we've been on a very long journey in terms of trying to create this very important systems change. So I really want to thank you for your support. And I think it's also the opportunity to, with the language, also clearly establish why we're doing this. So If I might just suggest some language to the effect of towards California's shared goal of reducing behavioral health disparities. The OAC establishes community-defined practices and transitional age youth as PEI priorities. I think the language is super important, and the instruction and the informational notice should also confirm why the OAC and the community wanted to take this really important action as we move our state forward to addressing the needs of all of Californians. Also, I want to ask and urge the commission to include in this motion a timeline. And so I would suggest, 2-week timeline or minimally before the next April OAC meeting that this informational notice be issued to the counties. This is the time where funding decisions are being made and grant decisions are being made. And this additional guidance could be very helpful to the local counties and can get to the implementation part of this conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Josefina.
Next, we have Danny. Your line is open.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Danny.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Danny Therical. I am the Public Policy Coordinator for the California Youth Empowerment Network, CAYEN. We would like to thank the Commission for listening to stakeholder input and for considering incorporating the stakeholder input into the changes to the PEI priorities. The addition of youth not enrolled in college as an additional priority is very important for transition age youth. A lot of youth do not pursue post-secondary education and therefore do not have the same access to resources, specifically mental health resources. In addition, students enrolled often leave for a semester or even longer for a variety of reasons, including mental health challenges, and will not have the same on-campus access until they return to college. I myself lost campus resources during COVID because I was unable to continue my education remotely. CAYEN strongly endorses access to behavioral health services for all transition age youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
And then our last public comment we have is Laurel. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. I'm still Laurel Ben Hamida from Mass Social Services in Sacramento and Remco, but I'm popping on my English teaching assistant hat. So in looking at the language of the proposed motion, I just suggest a slight change. Can you put that language up there again? I can see it, so I can point out to you my suggestion.
Is that all right, Madam Chair?
Please.
Well, if you can't, I
One
can.
moment. He's about to pull it up. Sorry, 1 second, Laurel.
Okay, hold on while I pinch out. Okay, so I would make a slight change to make it stronger and clearer.
Yeah, Laurel, we're not going to be able to reopen the motion. We are going to lose time, and so we don't want to lose the quorum. So thank you for your comments. We've just got to move on at this time. So if we can. Mariani, please.
That was our last final public comment.
Thank you, Laurel. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move forward. Commissioners, are there any other comments or questions? Do we want to go ahead and take roll for that? No, Madam Chair, thank you. Okay, thank you. At this time, then I'm going to ask Jeff if you could please take roll.
Commissioner Bontrager,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyd, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Bunch,
Hi.
Commissioner Carnaval. Aye. Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Chambers,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Cortese, Commissioner Danovich, Commissioner Gordon,
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Aye.
Commissioner Rolette,
Aye.
Commissioner Tamplin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Alvarez, Chair Madrigal Weiss. Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations, motion passes. Thank you to everyone for joining us today to continue the work and discuss and discussions around mental health. We would especially like to thank members of the public. We value your input and participation. Our next meeting will take place on April 27th, 2023. We look forward to meeting you then. Today's meeting is adjourned. Safe travels back home. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Of course.